Recorded Books and RB Digital present Someone to Remember, a Westcott story by Mary Balogh, narrated by Rosalind Landor. Chapter 1. Lady Matilda Westcott's day had just taken a turn for the worse. She had not thought it possible, but she had been wrong. She was sitting behind the tea-tray in the drawing-room, pouring for her mother and their visitors, whose unexpected arrival had cheered her at first. Alexander, Earl of Riverdale and head of the Westcott family, and Wren, his wife, were always welcome. They were an amiable, attractive young couple, and Matilda was extremely fond of them. Their conversation had followed predictable lines for several minutes, inquiries after the health of Matilda and her mother, and news of their young children, and those of Elizabeth, Alexander's sister, and Colin, Lord Hodges, her husband, with all of whom they had enjoyed a picnic in Richmond Park the day before. But now they had changed the subject. "Wren and I have decided that we really ought to invite Viscount Dirksen to dine with us," Alexander said. "Ought?" Matilda's mother, the Dowager Countess of Riverdale, asked sharply. Matilda, meanwhile, had gone still, the teapot poised over the third cup. "As a sort of thank you, Cousin Eugenia," Wren explained. "Not that any of us need to thank him, exactly. Gil is his son, after all. But Viscount Dirksen has had no dealings with Gil all his life, and might easily have ignored that custody hearing a couple of weeks ago. His absence might have made no difference in the judge's decision, of course. On the other hand, perhaps it did make a difference. And we want him to know that we appreciate what he did. For Abigail's sake, and for Gil's and Katie's sakes. We have invited him for tomorrow, and he has accepted." "But we would like it to be a family dinner," Alexander said. "Not all the Westcotts are in town, of course, but we hope those who are will join us." He smiled his very charming smile, first at Matilda's mother, and then at Matilda herself. Matilda scarcely noticed, as she proceeded to pour the third cup of tea with a hand she held steady. She was invited too. She should have been delighted. While the last Earl, Humphrey, her brother, was alive, the Westcotts had not been nearly as close a family as they were now. He had had little use for any of them, even his wife and son and daughters, and he had done terrible things during his life, the very worst of which was to marry twice. That was not a crime in itself, but in his case it was. His first secret marriage to Alice Snow had produced one equally secret daughter, Anna. His second marriage to Viola, his countess for 23 years, had produced 3 children, Camille, Harry, and Abigail. The criminal aspect of the second marriage was that it had overlapped with the first by a month or 2 before Alice died of consumption. As a result, Viola and her offspring had ended up dispossessed, while Anna, who had grown up in an orphanage, not knowing even who she was, had inherited a vast fortune, and the whole family had been thrown into turmoil. For the bigamous nature of Humphrey's second marriage had been unearthed only after his death. May he not rest in peace, Matilda was often very tempted to think, even to say aloud. A very unsisterly sentiment, no doubt, not to mention unladylike. She often gave in to the temptation to think it nevertheless, as she did now. She should have been delighted by the invitation, as Alexander was a far different sort of earl than Humphrey had been, and had worked hard to draw the family together. However, the dinner was in honour of someone outside the family. Viscount Dirksen. Charles. A man Matilda would be very happy never to set eyes upon again for at least the rest of her life. It had all started when Abigail Westcott, Humphrey's youngest daughter, had arrived unexpectedly in London a few weeks ago with an equally unexpected husband, whom she had married the day before. Lieutenant Colonel Gil Bennington had seemed a perfectly respectable young gentleman. He was a military friend of Harry, Abigail's brother. However, he had proceeded to reveal to Abigail's family that in reality he grew up as a gutter rat, his words, with his unmarried mother, who had scraped together a living as a village washerwoman. The family had been duly shocked. It really, truly was shocking after all. Matilda had liked the young man anyway. He was tall and dark and handsome, even if his face was marred by the scar of an old battle wound, and even if he did tend to look upon the world with a dour expression. She had thought the sudden marriage wondrously romantic. She had fallen into shock only when Lieutenant Colonel Bennington had admitted, when pressed, that his father, with whom he had had no dealings all his life, was Viscount Dirksen. He had been Charles Sawyer when Matilda had had an acquaintance with him ages ago, eons ago, a lifetime. The title had come later, upon the death of his father, but she had had a dealing with him since Gill's revelation, a secret, horribly scandalous dealing that would shock her family to the roots if they knew about it. The memory of it could still turn her cold enough to faint quite away, if she were the vapourish sort, which she was not. Well, it was not a secret from all of them. Young Bertrand Lamar knew. He was Abigail's stepbrother, not a Westcott by birth, but accepted by all of them as an honorary family member. What had happened was that she, a single lady, had called upon Viscount Dirksen, a widowed gentleman, at his London home, with only young Bertrand as a companion, to lend a semblance of respectability to what was, in reality, quite beyond the pale of it. She had screwed her courage to the sticking point, to quote someone in a Shakespeare play, Lady Macbeth, though it might not be a strictly accurate quotation. Anyway, she had gone to persuade Charles to do something at last for his natural son, who was about to appear before a judge to plead for the return of his young daughter, who had been taken to the home of her maternal grandparents while Gill was away fighting at the Battle of Waterloo, and was never returned. It was the first time in 36 years she had come face to face with Charles, or exchanged a word with him. After she had said her piece, she had left with Bertrand, and she had comforted herself, tried to at least, with the thought that that was the end of it. Finished. The end. Now Alexander and Wren had invited him to a family dinner, and she was a member of the family. Charles Sawyer also happened to be the only man Matilda had ever loved, all of 36 years ago, more than half a biblical lifetime ago. She was 56 now. All the cups had been filled, Matilda saw, and must be distributed before the tea in them turned cold. Her mother was talking. "Viscount Dirksen is to be rewarded, then, for fathering a son out of wedlock, and doing nothing for him in the more than 30 years since, until he spoke up on his son's behalf before a judge a few weeks ago?" she asked, as Matilda set a cup of tea on the table beside her and made sure it was close enough for her to reach, but not so close as to be knocked over by a careless elbow. Wren came to take Alexander's and her cups from the tray, and smiled her thanks to Matilda. "He did purchase his son's first commission some years ago, if you will recall, Cousin Eugenia," she said. The dowager made a sound of derision, and batted away her daughter's hand when Matilda tried to rearrange her shawl, which had slipped off one shoulder. "Don't fuss, Matilda." "And that son is now married to Abigail, and is therefore a member of our family," Alexander added, taking his cup and saucer from Wren's hand. "But even aside from purchasing the commission, what Dirksen did a couple of weeks ago was significant. Without his recommendation at the court hearing, Gill might very well not have regained custody of his daughter, and both he and Abigail would have been distraught. Dirksen would surely have attended the hearing for his own sake, of course, since Gill is his son. However, Wren and I feel an obligation to thank him on behalf of Abigail's family. Do say you will come too." "It is nothing short of a miracle that Viscount Dirksen even found out about the custody hearing," Wren said. But it had not happened by a miracle, Matilda thought, as she picked up her own cup and sipped her tea. There was nothing miraculous about her. "You are very quiet this afternoon, Matilda," Alexander said, smiling kindly at her. "What do you think? Will you come to our dinner? Will you persuade Cousin Eugenia to come too?" Her opinion was rarely solicited. She was merely an appendage of her mother, as she fussed over her, making sure she did not sit in a draught, or overexert herself, or get overexcited, though her mother resented her every attention. Sometimes, especially lately, Matilda wondered whether her mother needed her at all, or even loved her. It was a thought that depressed her horribly, for if the love and care she gave her mother were pointless, then what had been the purpose of her life? And why was she already thinking of it in the past tense? "I think it is an admirable idea," she said. "You are a worthy Earl of Riverdale, Alexander. You take your responsibility as head of the family seriously. Inviting Viscount Dirksen to dine with as many of the family as are in London is a good way of showing him that we appreciate his speaking up for Gil. It will show him that we consider Gil one of us, that we value his happiness and Abigail's, and Katie's." Katie was Gil's daughter, and Charles's granddaughter. That realization stabbed a little painfully at Matilda's heart every time her mind touched upon it. He had other grandchildren. Both of his daughters were married, and both were mothers. His son, the youngest of his offspring, was as yet unwed. His wife of 20 years or so had died 5 years ago. Alexander looked pleased at her praise. "You will come, then?" he said. "Thank you." Yes, she would go, though the very thought made her feel bilious. He was still so very handsome. Charles, that was. Whereas she, well, she was an aging spinster, perhaps even an aged one, and, well. "And will you invite Viscount Dirksen's family too?" her mother was asking. "His son and his daughters?" "It is hardly likely they know of Gil's existence," Alexander said, frowning. "I doubt he would want them to know." "Perhaps," Wren said, "we ought to inform Viscount Dirksen that he is welcome to bring his children if he wishes, Alexander. Let the decision be his." "I will do that, my love," he said, nodding to Matilda, who was offering to pour him a second cup of tea. "Yes, thank you. You will come, Cousin Eugenia?" "I will," she said. "Dirksen ran wild with Humphrey as a young man, you know, though he did not have the title in those days. His reputation became increasingly unsavoury as time went on. He was not welcomed by the highest sticklers, and perhaps still is not." "I think we will not hold the past against him," Alexander said, a twinkle in his eye. "If he had not fathered an illegitimate child when he must have been a very young man, we would not even be planning this dinner, would we?" "And Abigail would not have found the love of her life," Matilda said. "Oh, I think you are right about that, Cousin Matilda," Wren said, beaming warmly at her. "I believe she and Gil are perfect for each other, and perfect parents for Katie. No more tea for me, thank you. We must be on our way soon. We have taken enough of your time." "But we have not told you our own very happy news," the Dowager said. "Oh," Wren said, "we must certainly hear that." And Matilda was instantly reminded of why she had been feeling severely out of sorts even before Alexander and Wren arrived with their invitation. "Edith is coming to live with us," her mother announced. "Your sister, Cousin Eugenia, do you mean?" Alexander asked. "Edith Monteith, yes," the Dowager said. "I have been trying to persuade her to come ever since Douglas died a couple of years ago. She has neither chick nor child to keep her living in that draughty heap of a mansion all the way up as near to the Scottish border as makes no difference. It will be far better for her to come to me. She was always my favourite sister, even though she is almost 10 years younger than I." "And she is coming to live permanently with you?" Wren asked. "That does indeed sound like good news." But she looked with a concerned frown at Matilda. Her mother must have seen the look.
"It is going to be wonderful for Matilda too," she said. "She will not be tied to the apron strings of an old woman any longer. She will have someone closer to her own age for companionship. Adelaide Boniface will be coming with Edith. She is a distant cousin of Douglas, and quite indigent, poor thing. She has been Edith's companion for years."
Aunt Edith had suffered from low spirits since as far back as Matilda could remember, and Adelaide Boniface made good and certain they remained low. If the sun was shining, it was surely the harbinger of clouds and rain to come. If there was half a cake left on the plate for tea, then the fact that half of it was gone was cause for lamentation, for there would be none tomorrow. And she spoke habitually in a nasal whine, while the offending nose was constantly being dabbed at and pushed from side to side with a balled-up handkerchief. The whole operation followed each time by a dry sniff. Matilda found the prospect of having her constant companionship, not to mention Aunt Edith's, quite intolerable. She really did not know how she was going to endure such an invasion of her home and her very life.
"I am very happy for you both, then,"
Alexander said, setting aside his cup and getting to his feet.
"Are they coming soon?" "After we go home to the country at the end of the season," the Dowager told him. "We are certainly happy about it, are we not, Matilda?"
"It will be something new to look forward to," Matilda said, smiling determinedly as Wren hugged her and Alexander kissed her cheek and bent over her mother's chair, after assuring her that she did not need to get to her feet.
"We will see you both tomorrow evening, then," he said.
Oh, Matilda thought after they had left, how was she going to bear it all? Coming face to face with Charles again tomorrow, and spending a whole evening in his company. Going back to the country in 1 month's time, to a home that would be home no longer. Could life possibly get any bleaker? But how could spending an evening in Charles's company possibly matter after 36 years? One could not nurse a broken heart and blighted hopes that long. Or if one did, one was a pathetic creature indeed. Oh, but she had loved him. All silliness.
"He is 34 years old,"
Charles Sawyer, Viscount Dirksen, was telling Adrian, at 22 the youngest of his offspring.
"It happened long before I married your mother, before I even knew her, in fact."
"Who was she?" Adrian asked after a pause, a frown creasing his brow, one hand clasping a leather-bound book he had taken at random from one of the bookshelves upon which he leaned.
"Or perhaps I ought to have asked, who is she?"
"Was," Charles said.
"She died many years ago. She was the daughter of a prosperous blacksmith. I met her while staying with a friend at a house nearby. It was a brief liaison, but it had consequences."
"So all the time you were married to Mother," Adrian said, "you were seeing that woman and him, your other family?"
"Nothing like that," Charles assured him. "She would have nothing to do with me when she understood that I would not marry her, even though her family had turned her out without a penny. She refused all support for herself and the child. She raised him on the money she made from taking in other people's washing, until he went off with a recruiting sergeant at the age of 14 to join the army. After she died, I purchased a commission for him, but he stopped me and cut all ties with me later, after I had purchased a promotion for him. His mother raised a proud son."
"But he managed to rise to the rank of lieutenant colonel after you gave him a leg up into the officer ranks," Adrian said, opening the book briefly before snapping it shut without even looking at it.
"And now he has married into the Westcott family. Bertrand Lamar, that friend of mine from Oxford, who came to call a few weeks ago, has a connection to them too. His father married one of them a few years ago, and the lady who came here with him was a Westcott. You took her to look at the garden while he and I were becoming reacquainted. Was it through her that you discovered your son had married a Westcott?" and was in a court battle to regain custody of his daughter. Your granddaughter? He laughed rather shakily and set the book flat on the shelf, rather than slotting it into its appointed place. Yes, Charles said. I went to the hearing and said a few words to the judge. Riverdale, head of the Westcott family, seems to believe that what I said made a difference and helped Gil to win his case. Gil, his son said softly. Gilbert, Charles said. She named him, his mother. He had pondered telling his son after a second note had come from Riverdale following the initial invitation. Viscount Dirksen was quite welcome to bring his children and their spouses to the dinner too if he wished, the note had said. Charles most certainly did not wish any such thing. He did not even want to attend himself. Perish the thought. He could not see why the Westcott family felt somehow indebted to him. Gil was his son, after all. Katie, as Adrian had just pointed out, was his granddaughter. He had not attended that custody hearing for the sake of the Westcotts. He had done it for his son, whom he had never seen before that day, but whom he had loved for 34 years. Yes, true. Ah, but he had done it also, at least partly, for one of the Westcotts, had he not? For Matilda. He had rarely been more surprised, no, shocked, than he had been a few weeks ago when his butler had come to his dressing-room to inform him that Lady Matilda Westcott was downstairs in the visitors' parlour with young Lamar, Viscount Whatley, who claimed to be a university friend of his lordship's son. Matilda, here in his own house, wanting to speak with him. After how long? 30 years? 35? It must be the latter, or even a bit longer. Gil was 34, and all the drama with Matilda had been over before he was conceived. In fact, there had been a connection. Charles would almost certainly not have engaged in that ill-considered affair with Gil's mother if he had not been raw with pain over Matilda's rejection when she had adamantly refused to stand up to her parents' disapproval of his suit. Within months, or even weeks, he had gone dashing into the arms of the first pretty woman to take his eye and respond to his flirtations. And he had taken none of the usual precautions when he lay with her. She had taken none either. Perhaps she had not even known such a thing was possible. Or perhaps she really believed he had promised to marry her, though he knew beyond all doubt that he had not. He had got over Matilda years and years ago, though when they were both in London he had spotted her occasionally, growing ever older and more staid, wasting herself upon a mother who had denied her daughter's happiness, and now did not seem to appreciate that daughter's attentions. He had felt irritated every time he set eyes upon Matilda Westcott, the only feeling he had had left for her. Until, that was, he had stepped a few weeks ago into the visitors' parlour here in his own home, and she had called him by his given name, instead of his title, a woman of 56, who was a stranger, and yet was not. He had found himself then remembering the pretty, vital, warm-hearted young woman she had once been, and had felt an irritation far more intense than usual for her, and perhaps for time itself, for robbing her of youth and beauty, and maybe for himself, for remembering not just facts, but feelings too, most notably the depths of his youthful passion for her, and the contrasting pain of his despair at losing her, not because she did not love him, but because her parents did not think him worthy of her, and anger, that she had turned him out, and there had been no way of getting her to see reason, and present anger that she had come to his home like this, without a by your leave, and with only young Lamar's connection to Adrian as an excuse. He had been angry that he could still remember those feelings, for it had all been a lifetime ago. And why should he remember?
He had known scores of women, both before and after her, and even after his marriage. Why should it annoy him that Matilda had grown old? No, not old. That was both inaccurate and unkind. Besides, she was almost the exact same age as he. She had grown middle-aged, to the shady side of middle age, to be more precise. She had never married. Why not, for God's sake? Had no one measured up to the expectations of dear mamma and papa? Yet their two younger daughters had married well. Had Matilda been too valuable to them, then, as the family drudge? Had it pleased them to sap all the life and youth and passion out of her until she became as she was now? But why should it annoy him? What had happened to Lady Matilda Westcott? A bruised heart did not remain bruised for very long. He had soon learned that. He had forgotten her before that summer was even over. Gil's mother had had successors. His reputation as a rake had been well earned. "So," Adrian said, "is he going to be in your life now? As a semi-respectable member of the Westcott family? Is that what this dinner is all about?" "The dinner," Charles explained, "is Riverdale's way of thanking me for appearing at the custody hearing, and perhaps having some small part in enabling my son to get his daughter back from her grandparents. He does not need to thank me. None of them do. I do not really want to go to the dinner, but it would seem the civil thing to do." "And you want me to go with you?" Adrian said. Charles shrugged, picked up the quill pen from the desk before him to trim the nib, changed his mind and set it back down. "I thought I ought to tell you at last," he said, "before word somehow leaks out, as it well might, and you learn the truth from someone else. The existence of my natural son makes no difference to my feelings for you and your sisters." "I have a half-brother 12 years my senior," Adrian said, as though he were only now understanding what Charles had told him several minutes ago. "Does he look like me?" "No," Charles said. "No," Adrian laughed. "How could he? I look like Mamma. Does he look like you?" "Yes," Charles said, "but he has a facial scar." With one finger he traced a line across one cheek and down over his chin. "The crusading hero," Adrian said. "I suppose it makes him irresistible to women. And he is tall and dark, like you, is he? I suppose you are going to grow close to him now." "I very much doubt it," Charles said. "He does not have a high opinion of me, and I cannot blame him." "Do you have a high opinion of him?" his son asked. Charles hesitated. "Yes," he said. He pushed his chair with the backs of his knees and got to his feet. "You may come to the dinner with me if you wish, Adrian. I will be pleased if you do. I will understand if you do not." "Do you intend to tell my sisters?" Adrian asked. Neither of them was in London at present. Barbara, the elder of the two, was in the country with her husband and children to celebrate the 40th wedding anniversary of her parents-in-law. Jane had discovered herself to be with child just before the start of the season, and had remained in the country until she recovered from the bilious phase that had plagued her also with her first child. "I do," Charles said, "in person when the opportunity arises," and for the same reason that had persuaded him to tell Adrian. The truth was bound to come out now that Gil had surfaced in his life. Even though his son planned to live year-round in Gloucestershire, it was better that the news come from their father. Adrian nodded and pushed away from the bookshelves. "I'll come," he said. "Bertrand will be there, you said?" "Lamar," Charles said. "Viscount Whatley? Very probably, since his father is married to the former Countess of Riverdale." "Then I'll come," Adrian said again. "Just as long as your other son will not be there too." "No," Charles said.
He has already taken his wife and daughter home to Gloucestershire. At your expense? Adrian asked. No, Charles told him. He is apparently independently wealthy. So is his wife. I have to go out, his son said abruptly, making his way toward the door. I was supposed to be somewhere half an hour ago. Adrian. His son stopped, his hand on the doorknob, and looked back at him. I adored you from the moment I first saw you all swaddled up in your mother's arms, your cheeks red and fat. I have not changed my affections since. His son nodded again, and was gone. He was not good with words of affection, Charles thought. He had not been a good husband. They had not married for love, he and his wife, and they had lived very separate lives. They had always been polite to each other, but there had been no real warmth or affection between them. It had been otherwise with his children. He had always loved them totally and unconditionally, and still did. He had spent time with them when they were young. He had taught them to ride, and had taken Barbara hunting with him on several occasions. He had taken Jane and Adrian fishing. He had taken them all swimming and tree climbing, the latter when his wife was well out of sight. He had read to them before they could do it for themselves. Perhaps, he thought now, he had lavished upon his legitimate children all the time and affection Gil's mother had refused to allow him to lavish upon his firstborn. He picked up the quill pen again, though he did not resume his seat, and turned it in his hand, brushing the feather across his palm. He loved his firstborn son with a dull ache of longing. But he wished all this had not happened to churn up pointless emotions. Gil's sudden appearance in London with a wife, terrified that he might lose his daughter forever if the judge ruled against him. Charles, seeing his son for the first time across that small courtroom where the hearing had been held, the Westcott family in their rows of chairs between them, the stiff, awkward breakfast meeting the following morning at Gil's hotel, arranged by Gil's wife, the almost certain knowledge that they would never see each other again. Matilda. He wished he did not feel angry with her, irritated with her for aging, and making him want to lash out at someone or something for a reason he could not even fathom. Passion was for young men. He resented the strong emotions that had been coming at him from all directions during the past few weeks. His life, at least for the previous 10 years or so, had been on the placid side, as he surrendered to middle age, prepared to enjoy his grandchildren, and rejoiced in how well his children were settling into meaningful lives. His relative contentment with life had included happiness for his firstborn, who had survived the unimaginable brutality of the Napoleonic Wars. He did not want strong emotions to erupt now at his age. He did not want to have to look again into the wounded eyes of his younger son, who had just discovered the existence of an older half-brother. He did not want to have to tell Barbara and Jane, and that was an understatement. He did not want to go to this infernal dinner at Riverdale's house on South Audley Street. He did not want to have to talk about Gil with the Westcotts. He did not want to spend an evening in company with Matilda, especially that. In fact, without that, the dinner would be merely an inconvenience. He had loved her, but it was all foolishness. Chapter 2. 18 members of the Westcott family, though not all of them actually bore the name, or in some cases even the blood, were assembled in the drawing-room at the house on South Audley Street, where Alexander, Earl of Riverdale, had his town residence. They ranged downward in age from the Dowager Countess, who was in her middle 70s, to Boris Wayne, 21 years old, eldest son of Matilda's sister Mildred, newly down from Oxford and eager to cut a figure as a dashing young man about town, much to his mother's frequent consternation. There were plenty of persons, in other words, among whom to hide, but they nevertheless seemed thin cover to Matilda,
as Alexander's butler announced Viscount Dirksen and Mr. Adrian Sawyer, his son, whom she had met very briefly a few weeks ago when she made her call upon his father. She took up her accustomed position behind her mother's chair and busied herself with her usual tasks, checking to see that her mother was comfortable and in no danger of a draught from the opened door, even though it was not the time of year when one was likely to take a chill from such exposure. She attempted to be invisible, to blend into the scenery. Charles stepped into the room ahead of his son. He was a remarkably distinguished-looking man, and was drawing all eyes his way. Well, of course he was. He was the newcomer, the guest of honour. He had just walked in among a crowd of people who all claimed some sort of kinship with one another. Nevertheless, he looked perfectly at ease as he smiled and bowed to Wren and shook Alexander by the hand. His hair was still thick and predominantly dark, though it was nicely silvered at the temples. Although he was not slim, in the way a young man is slim, he had an excellent figure, the extra weight well distributed about his person. His evening clothes were expertly tailored. All told, he was an extremely attractive man, and Matilda dearly wished she had thought of some excuse not to come, though what excuse she did not know. She had always been notoriously healthy. She had never, all her life, laid claim to the vapours, or heart palpitations, or any of the other ailments many women trotted out any time they wished to avoid an activity they considered tedious. She wished her mind was not so full of buzzing bees. She turned her attention toward Mr. Adrian Sawyer, several inches shorter than his father, and fuller-faced, fair-haired rather than dark, a pleasant-looking young man. He, too, was smiling, as he bowed to Wren and said something that caused her to twinkle back at him. What reason had his father given him for their attendance at this family dinner? Had he told him the truth? Bertrand was making his way toward his former university friend, and the two shook hands warmly before Bertrand bore him off to introduce him to Estelle, his twin sister, and to an openly eager Boris. Seeing Alexander begin to lead Charles about the room to make sure he knew everyone, though he surely did, Matilda stepped farther behind the chair and bent over the back of it to adjust her mother's shawl. "Don't fuss, Matilda," her mother said, just as the two men arrived before her chair. "The Dowager Countess of Riverdale," Alexander said, "and Lady Matilda Westcott." "I have an acquaintance with Viscount Dirksen," Matilda's mother said, her voice regal and a bit chilly, "though it has been a while since we last spoke. I did see you in the judge's chambers a couple of weeks ago, but you did not remain after the proceedings were over. You used to be a friend of my son's." "I did indeed, ma'am," he said, bowing to her. "The late Riverdale and I were acquaintances for a number of years. I also know Lady Matilda. How do you do, ma'am?" He was looking very directly at her, over her mother's head, and Matilda felt as flustered as a girl at her first ton party, her heart pounding hard enough in her bosom to rob her of breath, her brain spinning and fluttering with 1,000 bees' wings, so that no sensible answer presented itself immediately to her tongue and lips. No one was looking at her, she told herself, not with any particular attention anyway. And why should they? She was just Matilda. And why be so flustered? She had actually called upon him and stepped into his garden with him and spoken with him there less than a month ago. But that was half the trouble. What must he have thought of her bold presumption? "I am well, I thank you," her mother said, in just the words Matilda ought to have uttered in the brief moment of hesitation that had followed his question. His eyes remained on hers a moment longer before he looked down to acknowledge her mother's reply, and then he stepped away with Alexander to shake someone else by the hand. Matilda leaned over the back of the chair again to adjust her mother's shawl, remembered that she had just been told not to fuss, and straightened. She, who never wept, even when there was good cause, wanted to weep now when there was none. It is easy to see where Gil got his height and his looks, is it not, Matilda? Her former sister-in-law, Viola, said, moving up to her side. He and Abby and Katy arrived safely home in Gloucestershire. I had a letter today. Abby loves the house and the village and the countryside. I have rarely, if ever, had such an exuberant letter from her. I do believe she is going to be happy. I know she will be, Matilda said, patting Viola's arm. She already is. They both are. He has a way of looking at her, and she at him, and they have the child, and their cottage in the country with a garden full of roses. Now, if I can just see Harry happily settled, I will consider myself the most blessed of mothers, Viola said. Her son Harry had very briefly been the Earl of Riverdale following his father's death, before it had been revealed that his birth was illegitimate. He will have his own happily ever after, never fear, Matilda assured her. You cannot be certain that anyone will be happy, Matilda, her mother said. What do you know of marital bliss, never having been married yourself? Matilda did not wince. Not outwardly, at least. But Matilda knows a great deal about love, mother, Viola protested, linking her arm through her erstwhile sister-in-law's. I will take her word about Abby and Gil's future, because I want to agree with her, and actually do. And I agree about Harry. Charles was bending his head to listen to the conversation of the small group to which he had been led. He was smiling, his eyes crinkling attractively at the corners. He had fathered Gil very soon after she sent him away, even though he had sworn undying love and fidelity when he went. And for years afterward he had had what Matilda believed to be a well-deserved reputation as a rake and a gamester, and a man who lived hard and behaved recklessly. He had perhaps mellowed with age. She could not know for sure, but surely her father had been right to refuse his consent to their marrying, and her parents had been right to insist that she put an end to her acquaintance with him. Acquaintance? Oh, it had felt like far more than that. But surely she would have been miserable had she married him. Wouldn't she? Love would not have been enough. Would it? But they were pointless questions to ask herself. She could not know the answers. There was no going back to do things differently. There was no knowing how happy or unhappy their marriage would have been. There had been no marriage. Dinner was being announced, and Matilda entered the dining room with her mother. Fortunately, she was able to sit halfway along the table, some distance from Charles, who was seated beside Wren at the foot. Unfortunately, perhaps, she had not thought to go to the other side of the table so that she would be on the same side as he, and therefore unable to see him every time she looked up from her plate and turned her head that way. But it did not matter anyway. He was never looking back at her when she did inadvertently glance at him. He was always politely focusing his attention upon Wren to his left, or Louise, Dowager Duchess of Netherby, Matilda's middle sister, to his right. Conversation was lively along both lengths of the table. Matilda discovered, without surprise, that she had little appetite. She also felt like bawling, for no good reason whatsoever, again. She sincerely hoped she was not about to develop into a watering pot at her advanced age. It was a somewhat more pleasant evening than Charles had anticipated. For one thing, Adrian was taken almost immediately under the wing of young Bertrand Lamar, who introduced him to Lady Estelle, his twin sister, to Boris Wayne, Lord Molyneux's son, and to Lady Jessica Archer, half-sister of the Duke of Netherby, who was married to a Westcott. And since Adrian was a young man of generally even temper and easy manners, he appeared to be right at home with all of them, and actually enjoying himself. The dinner was excellent, the conversation pleasant. He had agreeable table companions.
Only at the end of the meal was the subject of Gil raised, when Riverdale got to his feet, a glass of wine in his hand. "We Westcotts are always ready for an excuse to gather together," he said, when everyone had fallen silent and turned his way. "We are happy this evening to have Viscount Dirksen and Mr. Sawyer with us too. Perhaps none of us needed to be present in the judge's chambers for the custody hearing a couple of weeks ago. Perhaps young Katy would have been released into Gil and Abigail's care, even if we had all stayed away. But I am glad we went. Even if our presence did not weigh with the judge, at least we demonstrated to the newly married couple that we care, that we consider them family, that we will concern ourselves with their well-being and stand with them whenever it is threatened for any reason. It is what we Westcotts do for our own. It is what, no doubt, you do for your own, Viscount Dirksen. We are happy that your son came with you this evening. Shall we drink a toast to family, to all branches of it, no matter how slight the connection?" They drank, even Adrian, who looked steadily at his father as he did so. The ladies withdrew to the drawing-room after the toast, leaving the men to their port and their male conversation. In the drawing-room later, the Marchioness of Dorchester, Gil's mother-in-law, came to sit beside Charles. She spoke of the difficulties her daughter had faced after the discovery that her father had married her mother bigamously. She spoke, too, of her conviction that her daughter's marriage to Gil would be a happy one for both of them. "Ma'am," Charles said, "you do not have to convince me, if that is indeed what you are attempting to do. I agree with you." They smiled at each other, two parents linked by the marriage of their offspring. He conversed with other members of the family too, even the Dowager Countess of Riverdale, after she had beckoned to him, almost like a queen summoning her subject. He was not fond of that particular lady, though he had had no dealings whatsoever with her for many years, and it would be foolish to hold a grudge for what she had done more than half a lifetime ago. But even this evening she had annoyed him. He had seen her as soon as he walked into the drawing-room earlier, perhaps because Matilda had been standing behind her chair beside the fireplace, and Matilda was the Westcott he had least wanted to encounter this evening. But as he had approached with Riverdale to pay his respects, she had bent over the back of the chair to adjust her mother's shawl about her shoulders. The old lady had batted away her hands and admonished her not to fuss, a thinly disguised impatience in her voice, though she must have been aware that she might be overheard. Or perhaps she had not been aware. Perhaps she was so accustomed to treating Matilda that way that it did not strike her as inappropriate behaviour before a stranger. But then she had compounded her disregard for her daughter. Charles had acknowledged the older lady and turned his attention to Matilda and asked her how she did. But it was the mother who answered, leaving her daughter with nothing to say and perhaps feeling foolish. He had felt irritation with both of them, with the dowager for behaving as though her daughter did not even exist and could not possibly be the object of his inquiry, and with Matilda for meekly accepting it. Was this the life for which she had renounced him all those years ago? But why should he care? It was all ancient history. Good God, he had had a full life since then. Matilda was living the life she had chosen, as the spinster daughter who had remained at home, the prop and stay of her parent in old age. But who would care for Matilda in her old age? He would have rather enjoyed the evening if she had not been there. But every moment he was aware of her, and hated the fact. He had been aware during dinner, and had deliberately avoided looking her way, and perhaps meeting her glance. He had relaxed briefly while the men were alone together after dinner, but then he had been aware of her again in the drawing-room. He had no real idea why. He had been involved in a brief, passionate romance with her when they were both very young, had been rejected by her father when he had asked to pay his addresses to her, had been rejected by her afterward to the extent that she had told him firmly to go away and refused ever to speak to him or so much as look his way ever again. And that had been the end of that. It had been surely the sort of disappointment that most men, and probably many women too, suffered during their volatile youth. He had not pined with unrequited love for long. Maybe a few days, perhaps a few weeks, no longer than that. He had promptly got on with his life. And it had happened all of 36 years ago, for the love of God. Why was it then that he was so aware of her now, and so irritated by her, and for her? Society was full of ageing, fussy spinsters who were used by their relatives and lacked the spirit to fight back. But none of the others irritated him or aroused ire in him on their behalf. She was standing over at one end of the room, talking with a couple of the other ladies. After they had moved away, she remained there, straightening a pile of sheet music on top of the pianoforte. Then she looked across the room toward her mother. Perhaps, Charles thought, this needed to be settled, whatever this was. He strode toward the pianoforte before she could hurry away to see if her mother's shawl needed straightening again. "How do you do, Matilda?" he asked, emphasizing the one word. She had not been given the chance to answer the question earlier. "Oh." She looked into his eyes and kept her gaze there. "My mother thought you were addressing her." "Even though I was looking at you," he said. "Does she imagine you are invisible?" She drew breath and closed her mouth. Then she drew breath again when it must have become obvious to her that he was waiting for her answer. "I do not suppose so. I do not know what you expect me to say." "I expect you to tell me how you are," he said. "It would be the courteous thing to do. To answer a question politely asked, would it not?" She tipped her head slightly to one side, and he was instantly assailed by memory. It had been a characteristic gesture of hers when she was 20, and apparently it still was. "I am well," she said. "Thank you." "Why did you not say so when I asked earlier?" And why was he pressing the point? He had no idea, except that he was still feeling the irritation she seemed to arouse in him. "My mother answered," she said. "To inform me that she was well," he said. "Does she always answer questions that are addressed directly to you?" He frowned at her. "It would perhaps have embarrassed her if she had realized it was me you were asking," she said. "Charles, what is this about?" It was a good question. He did not have an answer. She looked her age, he thought, but she was not actually a faded creature, as one might expect her to be under the circumstances. She was tall, still as straight-backed as she had been as a young woman, her posture elegant, even proud. She was no longer slender, but she was well proportioned and elegantly dressed. Her face was virtually unlined, her hair still not noticeably greying. She was what might be called a handsome woman. She had been pretty as a girl, with a spark of animation to make her beautiful in his eyes. She might have married any of a dozen eligible men during that first season of hers. She had not married him. She had not married anyone else either, or during all the seasons after that. "Are you happy?" he asked her, his tone sounding abrupt even to his own ears. She frowned, but said nothing. "I expected every time I opened the morning papers, for a year or more afterward," he said, without stopping to explain what he meant by afterward, "to see a notice of your betrothal to someone rich and eligible and respectable. It never happened, even after I stopped specifically looking. Are you happy?" "I scarcely know what to say," she told him. "I make myself useful. My mother needs me, and it is a comfort to my sisters to know that she has constant companionship." He gazed steadily at her. He had his back to everyone else in the room, but he did not suppose his conversation with her was being particularly remarked upon. Why should it be? He had conversed with most of the rest of the family by this stage of the evening. Why not with Lady Matilda Westcott too? No one in this room, with the exception of her mother, would remember their brief, intense courtship, and even if anyone did, it was a long time ago. What would life have been like if they had married? It was impossible to know. So much would have been different. Everything would have been. Gil would not exist. Neither would Adrian, nor Barbara, nor Jane, nor any of his grandchildren. But perhaps other children and grandchildren, who had never been born, would have had existence in their stead. "Do you live to serve, then?" he asked her. "There are worse ways to spend one's life," she told him. "Are there?" It was not really a question he expected her to answer. "Why did you not marry?" She recoiled slightly, before recovering and looking beyond him to smile briefly at someone he could not see. "Perhaps," she said. "No one asked." "That is nonsense," he said, "and untrue. I asked." Her eyes focused fully upon him again. "Perhaps there was no one I wished to marry," she said. "Not even me?" He watched her draw a slow breath. "Your son, Gil, was born a mere year or so later," she said. "Whether I wished to marry you is not the point. The point is that I was wise not to do so." That was inarguable. He had been known as wild even before he met her. But it had been the wildness of a very young man testing his wings and sowing a few wild oats, if that was not a hopeless mingling of metaphors. His real notoriety as an unsavoury character and a rake came afterward. Would it have happened if he had married Matilda? He could not know the answer. He had not married her. "It was wise, then," he said, "not to marry anyone else either." "Perhaps," she said, "but perhaps not. Do you regret remaining unmarried?" He could not seem to leave the matter alone. "Regrets are pointless," she said. "Yes." She did regret it, then. "The tea-tray has been brought in," she said, looking beyond him again, "and Wren is pouring. I must go and add the correct amount of milk and sugar to my mother's cup and take it to her. She likes her tea just so." And no one else was capable of doing it quite right? No one else knew the exact number of grains of sugar or drops of milk? He did not ask aloud. He stood aside and let her pass. As she did so, he got a whiff of her perfume, so subtle that it could not be detected unless one was close to her. He was rocked by the memory of that same perfume and a shared kiss behind a potted aspidistra on the balcony outside a ballroom where they had danced a minuet together. A brief, passionate kiss. Lady Matilda Westcott had always, almost always, been carefully chaperoned by her mother. Why would he remember that kiss, when he had surely forgotten hundreds of others, and the women with whom he had shared them? She had pressed her lips to his, and brought her bosom against his chest, her spine arching inward beneath his hands, and he had smelled her perfume, and been lost in sensual bliss, and an intense sexual desire that had never been fully satisfied. Why was he remembering? Just because of that whiff of perfume? Chapter 3. Matilda took her mother a cup of tea, made just the way she liked it, as well as a piece of cake, and stayed close, even though there was no need to. Both her sister Louise and cousin Althea, Alexander's mother, were seated close to her and engaging her in conversation. The younger women were agreeing that this evening's gathering had been a good idea of Alexander's, and that it was encouraging that Viscount Dirksen had come, and had even brought Mr. Sawyer, his son, with him.
"Well, I do not like it," Matilda's mother said. "All I can say is that I hope it is not a case of like father, like son. Viscount Dirksen was a crony of Humphrey's, which is not a great recommendation, even though Humphrey was my son.
Mamma, do not upset yourself." But when Matilda would have handed her mother the smelling salts she always kept in her reticule, her hand was pushed aside. Mr. Adrian Sawyer spoke up at that exact moment. He was addressing his father, but loudly enough to draw everyone's attention.
"Bertrand is getting up a party to go out to Kew Gardens tomorrow, Papa," he said. "He wants me to go with them. Will you mind terribly if I do not, after all, accompany you to Tattersall's, as I promised I would? May we make it next week instead?" "And who is to be of this party, pray, Bertrand?" Louise asked, raising her voice.
"Well, my sister and Adrian for sure, Aunt," Bertrand replied. "And Boris."
"And me,"
added Jessica, Lady Jessica Archer, Louise's daughter.
"I may go, may I not, Mamma, instead of going visiting with you? And my particular friend Charlotte Rigg to make numbers even,"
Estelle, Bertrand's twin sister, said.
"I am sure her mamma will let her come. I believe she has designs upon Bertrand."
She laughed as he grimaced.
"Her mamma, that is, not Charlotte herself."
"Oh, bother," Louise said. "That will mean I ought to accompany the party in order to reassure Mrs. Rigg that it is properly chaperoned. There are some ladies I particularly wished to call upon tomorrow."
"Oh, Mamma,"
Jessica protested.
"we will all be cousins and siblings. There will be absolutely no need of a chaperone. Besides, I am 23 years old."
"A veritable fossil," Avery, Duke of Netherby, said on a sigh, looking with lazy eyes at his half-sister through his jewelled quizzing glass.
"But Miss Rigg is neither anyone's sister nor anyone's cousin," Louise pointed out. "Nor is she 23. I doubt she is even 19, and her mother will not be able to accompany her. I heard just this afternoon that she has taken to her bed with a nasty chill."
"Well, bother,"
Jessica said.
"I dare say I could accompany the young people," Charles said, causing all eyes to turn his way, including Matilda's, though she had been trying to ignore him, having been considerably discomposed by that strange conversation of theirs. Heavens! Did he seriously believe the Westcott family, not to mention Mrs. Rigg, would consider him a suitable chaperone for a group of 6 that included 3 young ladies, none of whom was related to him? But he was not finished. "Provided there is a lady who is prepared to come as co-chaperone, of course," he said. "But if I go, as it seems I must," Louise said, "you may save yourself the trouble, Lord Dirksen.
I suppose I could,"
Viola began at the same time. Charles cut them both off.
"Perhaps Lady Matilda Westcott,"
he suggested, turning his eyes fully upon her.
"If the Dowager Countess can spare her for a few hours, that is."
"What? What?"
"Me?"
Matilda said foolishly, spreading a hand over her bosom while she felt all eyes turn her way, though she was really aware only of his eyes and of the disturbing feeling that she might well swoon. Yet she gave no thought to the smelling salts in her reticule.
"Oh, yes, do come, Aunt Matilda,"
Jessica cried, turning eagerly toward her.
"It is really rather dreary to be on an outing with one's own mamma as chaperone."
She laughed and looked fondly at Louise.
"No offence intended, Mamma. I am sure you felt exactly the same way when you were my age."
"Oh, yes, please do come, Aunt,"
added Bertrand, who had informed her a few weeks ago that she was a great gun after she had ridden in his sporting curricle all the way to Charles's house without clinging or squawking in alarm.
It had actually been one of the most exhilarating experiences of her life. She only wished he could have sprung the horses. "You can keep a strict chaperonely eye upon Estelle." He grinned at his twin. "Chaperonely?" His father, the Marquis of Dorchester, raised his eyebrows. "Will you please come, Aunt Matilda?" Boris asked. "I have a hankering to see the pagoda at Kew. I have never been there." "May I add my pleas, ma'am?" Mr. Sawyer added, smiling sweetly at Matilda. "And you will be comfortable with Papa, will you not, since you know him?" It seemed to Matilda that the room grew suddenly silent, and that all eyes turned accusingly upon her. Perhaps she was imagining it, but her cheeks felt as though they had caught fire. "It is a very slight acquaintance," she hastened to explain. "I met your father, Mr. Sawyer, when my brother was still alive, and I had just made my debut into society." She wondered if he would remember her calling his father Charles rather than Lord Dirksen when she had appeared at his house with Bertrand a few weeks ago. And heavens, she willed him not to mention that visit. Her mother and the rest of the family would be scandalized at the very least. "We danced together at a few balls that season. It was many years ago, as you may imagine. I would be delighted to play chaperone for Jessica and Estelle and Miss Rigg tomorrow, if I may be spared. It is ages since I was last at Kew." "Mamma?" "Of course you can be spared, Matilda," her sister Mildred said. "I will spend the afternoon with Mamma." "I do not need anyone to cosset me," their mother protested. "I will spend the afternoon with you anyway," Mildred said. "You may cosset me if you prefer. At least I will be able to relax, knowing for once where Boris is. He will be under the eagle eye of my sister." "Mamma!" Boris protested, clearly mortified. "Then it is settled," Bertrand said, rubbing his hands together. "We merely have to make arrangements for Charlotte Rigg to come with us."
"Oh, there will be no problem over that," Estelle assured him. "Not when her mother is too sick to take her anywhere herself, and Aunt Matilda will be accompanying the party. There is no one more respectable."
"Thank you, Estelle," Matilda said. "You make me sound very staid and very dull."
"You are not dull at all,"
that young lady cried, startling her by rushing at her and catching her up in a hug.
"Or staid."
"What I want to know about," Boris said, "is your flighty youth, Aunt Matilda, when you were in town with Uncle Humphrey, and made your come-out, and knew Lord Dirksen. Was everything very different back then?" "Oh, yes, indeed," Matilda said, slightly dizzy over the fact that everyone's attention was upon her. "We lived in caves, you know, and wore animal skins." "And hunted down our food with stone mallets," Charles added, to the great delight of the young people. Matilda, catching his eye and noting the twinkle there, oh, she recognized that twinkle, felt suddenly giddy with joy. Joy! When had she last felt joyful? When she had also felt youthful? A long, long time ago. Back when they lived in caves and rubbed sticks together to make fire, even before the time of bows and arrows. "And did you waltz at those balls, Aunt Matilda?" Boris asked. Alas, no. The waltz had not been invented until long after she was young. "We stamped about barefoot to the beating of drums," Charles answered for her, actually grinning for a moment. Matilda laughed aloud, and then felt horribly self-conscious. For though the young people and most of the adults were laughing too, Charles's eyes were fixed upon her. And suddenly he was not laughing at all. His eyes had even stopped twinkling. Oh, but she wished the waltz had become popular 30 years or so before it had. It was surely the most romantic dance ever. She wished there was the memory of waltzing with him, even if only once. "It was decent of you to offer to accompany our party,"
Adrian said the following morning as he rode his horse alongside his father's through the streets of London. "I shall enjoy seeing Kew on my own account," Charles said. "I just hope he will not feel constrained by my presence." "Not at all," Adrian grinned. "If I wish to become amorous, I am sure I will discover some bushes behind which to slink while you are looking the other way." "You fancy one of the ladies, then, do you?" Charles asked. "Lady Jessica Archer has a court of admirers large enough to fill our drawing-room," Adrian told him. "I would be totally lost in the crowd. And I do not fancy Lady Estelle Lamar, though she is exceedingly pretty, and I like her. I do not believe I have met Miss Rigg, though I may recognize her when I see her. I have no intention of fixing my interest for many years yet." The group was to gather at Archer House on Hanover Square, home of the Duke of Netherby, Lady Jessica's half-brother. They were to take one carriage, provided by young Bertrand Lamar's father. The ladies would ride in that. The men would accompany it on horseback, and they had perfect weather for the excursion. After a few cloudy, blustery days, the sun was shining, and the wind had died down at last. It was going to be a warm day, though probably not oppressively hot. Why the devil had he made the offer to accompany the young people? Obviously he could not be the sole chaperone of a group of unmarried young ladies. Yet without them there would have been no need of chaperonage at all. He could fulfill his role only if there were an old lady with him. Yet he had no wife. Had he imagined the shocked silence with which his offer had been received? He knew why he had made it, of course, for he had already had a lady chaperone in mind. Strangely, he had not really thought of the implications of his suggestion until later. It had been such a spur-of-the-moment thing. It had hardly occurred to him that he was dooming them both to spending the day in company together. He had thought only that Matilda was free to go with the young people, that she would probably be well accepted by them all, since she was the mother of none of them. He had thought that she would probably enjoy a day out with young people, free of her own mother. He had thought that she would enjoy a day at Kew. She had enjoyed it 36 years ago. And yes, Adrian, there were bushes there behind which a couple could slink for a quick kiss. He had wanted her to be visible. They were a decent lot, the Westcotts, but they had one collective shortcoming that had irritated him all evening. None of them saw Matilda. Oh, they did not ignore her. She was a part of their family, and was included in all their activities and conversations. But none of them saw her. None of them, with the exception of her mother, had seen her, lovely and graceful, eyes bright, cheeks flushed with animation, dancing a minuet. None of them knew her. A presumptuous thought, no doubt, when he had had no dealings with her for well over 30 years, and had known her, even all that time ago, for only a few brief months. But she was a person, by God, even if she was past the age of 50. Even if she was a spinster. She deserved a life. But now he was stuck with being in company with her all day. It was not a happy thought, though he had found himself dressing with greater than usual care this morning, to his great annoyance when he had realized it. "I think I want to meet him," Adrian said abruptly. Charles turned his head to look at his son. "Lieutenant Colonel Bennington," Adrian explained. "Gill." "He lives in Gloucestershire," Charles told him. "I doubt he will want to meet you, Adrian. He has no desire to see me ever again." "A man can travel," Adrian said. "A man can knock on a door. It can remain closed to him, of course, but he can do those things." Charles frowned. "And will you?" he asked, as they turned their horses into Hanover Square. His son shrugged. "Maybe," he said. "Maybe not." There was no further chance to consider what Adrian had just said. Dorchester's travelling carriage, as well as a cluster of horses, was drawn up outside Netherby's house. A chattering group of young people was gathered on the steps and out on the pavement, while the young Duchess of Netherby and the Dowager Duchess, Lady Jessica's mother, looked on from the top step, presumably preparing to wave them on their way. Lady Matilda Westcott was standing by the open door of the carriage. He had once told her, Charles remembered suddenly, that pale blue was her colour, that she should wear it as often as possible. Where the devil had that memory come from? She was wearing it now. It might have been thought to be too youthful a colour for a woman of her age, but the dress and the spencer she wore over it was smart and elegant, neither youthful nor dowdy. She wore a small-brimmed navy-blue bonnet, neat, with no added frills or flowers or feathers. She had spotted him and inclined her head, rather prim-mouthed. He wondered if she regretted agreeing to his suggestion, but she had done it without hesitation. And then she had made that light, humorous answer about living in caves and wearing animal skins to the question one of the young people had asked about life when they were young. And then, when he had added his own silliness, she had laughed aloud, with what had sounded like genuine glee. And, she had been Matilda in that moment, as she had once been, as though all the years between had fallen away.
"Mr. Sawyer!"
Lady Estelle Lamar cried gaily, addressing Adrian as they rode closer.
"There you are. You are almost late. And you see, we have added 2 more members to the party. Mr. Ambrose Keighley and Dorothea, his sister, have agreed to join us."
Miss Rigg and the Keithleys were identified and made their bow and curtsies. "How do you do, Lord Dirksen?" Bertrand Lamar called, grinning up at Charles. "Both Mrs. Rigg and Lady Keighley accepted you without question as a chaperone for their daughters. I believe, Bertrand," the Dowager Duchess said, "it was the fact that Matilda was to go along with the group that persuaded both of them. Good morning, Lord Dirksen. Mr. Sawyer." Charles touched his hat to the ladies and smiled at Matilda. Her lips grew even primmer. Even her kid gloves, he noticed, were pale blue. Had she dressed with as much care as he had this morning? Had she remembered what he had told her about the colour? Or had she discovered for herself, over the years, that it suited her? "If the horses are not to stage a rebellion at being kept waiting so long," she said, not specifically addressing Charles, "we should perhaps think of being on our way."
"Oh, yes, indeed,"
Lady Estelle cried.
"You will sit on the seat facing the horses, Aunt Matilda. We are all agreed upon that. The rest of us drew spills, and Jessica won the seat next to you, the lucky thing. Charlotte, Dorothea, and I will squeeze onto the other seat, our backs to the horses." "How fortunate the gentlemen are," Miss Keighley said, "being able to ride the whole way in the fresh air. We ought to have drawn also for the middle seat. Now we will have to squabble over it."
"Not in my hearing," Matilda said. "You may occupy it on the way there, Miss Keighley, and Estelle on the way back." "Bravo, Aunt Matilda," young Boris Wayne said. "You keep them in line." Miss Keighley laughed and climbed into the carriage. The other 3 young ladies lost no time in following her, all talking and laughing at once. "Matilda," Charles heard the Dowager Duchess say to her sister, "I hope you know what you have taken on. I doubt they will stop giggling all the rest of the day." "I expect to survive the ordeal, Louise. I was once young myself," Matilda replied, before looking, obviously startled, at Charles, who had dismounted in order to hand her into the carriage. "Thank you, Lord Dirksen." She rested her hand lightly upon his outstretched one, and he closed his fingers about it. It was a slim, long-fingered hand, and warm through her glove. And then she was inside the carriage and turning to sit beside Lady Jessica, and the coachman was putting up the steps and closing the door before climbing to the perch, and gathering the ribbons in his hands. Charles mounted his horse again, and the whole cavalcade set off on its merry way to Kew. Adrian was already laughing with the other young men, perfectly at his ease. Now this, Charles thought, was a new experience. The rake turned chaperone. Bertrand had thought overnight of a friend of his who would be sure to want to join them. Perhaps more significant, Matilda had understood, from the studied carelessness with which he had made the explanation, the friend had a sister who was very pretty and vivacious, and had danced a set with Bertrand at her come-out ball a month or so ago, in addition to several since then. So the carriage was more crowded than originally planned, and 3 of the young ladies were forced to sit squashed together on the seat opposite the one she shared with Jessica. Their spirits did not seem to be in any way dampened by discomfort, however. It was a merry group indeed. Matilda had half forgotten how the very young behaved when they far outnumbered any older persons. She might have tried impressing a more sober decorum upon them, and thus securing some peace for herself. But why should she? She was actually pleased to discover that her presence seemed not to have any inhibiting effect upon the spirits of her charges.
"Mamma was not at all inclined to permit me to come,"
Miss Keithley said, when the carriage was nicely under way.
"Even though Ambrose was to come too. I almost died. But then she was told that you were to chaperone us, Lady Matilda."
"Oh dear," Matilda said, twinkling back at the girl. "Does that mean I have a reputation as something of a dragon?" It was a quite unwitty remark, but it nevertheless set off a renewed gust of giggles from all 4 of her fellow travellers.
"Not at all,"
Miss Keithley assured her.
"Mamma said you were eminently respectable. Her exact words."
"Ah, a dragon, then," Matilda said. "I shall try not to breathe fire over any of you, however, provided, that is, you all display your most sedate conduct from this moment on." For some reason, that suggestion called for another burst of merry laughter, and Matilda felt happy for no reason she could explain. She had not felt at all happy all through a night of disturbed sleep. She had never been a chaperone. More to the point, she had never been a chaperone with Charles Sawyer. Whatever had possessed him to offer her name when Viola had been about to suggest going with the young people, and Louise had been about to make a martyr of herself by agreeing to go herself? Mamma had not been at all pleased. She had told Matilda, on the way home last night, that she ought to have put that man in his place with a very firm refusal. Since he was going too on this ramshackle excursion to Kew, who was going to chaperone Matilda? "Mamma," Matilda had protested, "I am 56 years old." "And Viscount Dirksen is a rake," her mother had retorted. "Was a rake," Matilda had said. "His own son is to be of the party, mamma." She had lain awake wondering why he had suggested her name, and why she had agreed with such alacrity, and what she would do if any of the young people misbehaved. Surely that would not happen, though. They were all properly brought-up young persons, and she had wondered what she and Charles would talk about if they happened to be paired together, as was surely very likely, since the young people would want to be with one another. She had wondered if he would offer his arm, and if she would take it. The very thought had interfered with her breathing, and she had wondered if she could develop a head cold or smallpox or something similarly dire overnight, so that she could send her excuses and beg Viola to go in her stead. But there was her notoriously healthy constitution. No one would believe her. But now she felt happy and carefree, almost as though she were one of these youngsters herself. Almost as though she had suddenly shed 36 years and might start giggling too at any moment. Goodness, they would all look at her as if she had sprouted another head. "One thought bothered me last evening," she said. "The excursion was planned to include 6 young persons, but it was going to be impossible, I thought, for the 6 to be sorted out in such a way that 2 were not going to be paired with either a sibling or a cousin. What a dreadful waste of an outing, and lovely weather that would have been. Again the delighted, trilling laughter. But now that the number has increased to 8, Matilda continued, you may each walk with a gentleman who is not related to you in any way at all. The laughter this time was mingled with a few blushes.
And that includes you, Lady Matilda,
Miss Rigg said.
For there are 10 of us in all, are there not?
Well, goodness me, yes, you are quite right, Matilda said, hoping she was not about to become one of the blushers. Now let me see. I need to avoid Boris Wayne, as he is my nephew, and Bertrand Lamar, since he is my former sister-in-law's stepson. Does that make him in any way my relative? Maybe not, but he does call me Aunt Matilda. He is very handsome, is he not?
He is,
Miss Keithley said with a scarcely disguised sigh.
Bertrand and I both consider you our aunt,
Estelle told Matilda.
And do not tell him he is handsome, or his head will swell. But you will be paired with Lord Dirksen, Lady Matilda,
Miss Rigg told her in all seriousness, as though there were any alternative. I suppose you are right, Matilda said, since he is the only one close to me in age. Well, he is rather handsome too, is he not?
I think Mr. Sawyer is nice-looking,
Estelle said.
He has kind eyes and a sweet smile. Was Viscount Dirksen really a friend of Uncle Humphrey's?
Jessica asked.
And did you really meet him all those years ago, Aunt Matilda, and dance with him at balls? I think he must have been very handsome as a young man. He must have looked a bit like Gil, but without the scar. Did you fancy him?
Fancy? Matilda said, raising her eyebrows. Is that the sort of language your mamma encourages you to use, Jessica? But Jessica only laughed with glee, as did the other 3.
Were you in love with him?
Oh, head over ears, Matilda told her. So was every other girl on the market that year, and probably a few who were not. But there were many other very gorgeous young men to ogle too. I am convinced men were more handsome in those days.
Oh, Aunt Matilda,
Jessica said, still laughing.
Is that the sort of language Grandmamma encouraged you to use? Ogle?
Touché, Matilda said, and patted her niece on the knee. The attention of the young ladies turned beyond the windows at that point. They would have claimed to be admiring the scenery, no doubt, if asked, while what they were really admiring was the gentleman, who often rode within sight of the windows. They did it deliberately, Matilda believed, in order to see and be seen. Oh, she had forgotten so much about the mating rituals of the very young. But how easily the memory of it all came back. The preening and flirting, the fan-waving and pretended indifference, even disdain. Men always showed to advantage on horseback, provided they had reasonably trim figures and good posture, and well-muscled thighs, and rode as though they and the horse were a single entity. All of which Charles had and did. The thought was in Matilda's mind before she could guard against it. He was 56 years old, for heaven's sake, but he was still gorgeously handsome and attractive, though probably only in her eyes. She doubted any of her companions were sparing him a glance when there were Bertrand and Boris to gaze at, and Mr. Sawyer and Mr. Keithley. She wondered if he had noticed she was wearing pale blue. She hoped not, or if he had noticed, for after all he had eyes, she hoped he did not remember once telling her that she should always, always wear blue of the palest shade, because it accomplished the seemingly impossible and made her even prettier and more desirable than she already was. He had actually used those words, more desirable. She had been shocked and thrilled to the core. But how foolish to think that he might remember. So many years had passed. She had not chosen her outfit deliberately for that reason. She had tried 3 different dresses first, the dark green, the tan, and the dark blue, before she had instructed her maid to pull this one from the back of her wardrobe. She had worn it only once before, even though she had possessed it for 2 years. She had concluded after that one occasion that it was too youthful, but today she had tried it on and had felt immediately happy in it. She might be going as a chaperone, but she was not ancient. Not quite, anyway. And she wanted to look her best. She had deliberately not asked herself why. It felt very strange not to be with her mother, not to be watching her every moment, to make sure she was comfortable and warm, and not in need of a shawl or a fan or a cup of tea. Not to be a shadow, whom no one really saw, except her mother, who was more often than not irritated with her for constantly fussing. Why did she do it then? Because she needed to be needed by someone? It felt wonderful to be free of all that. The whole of today, well, the rest of the morning and the afternoon anyway, stretched ahead of her, with nothing further to do except watch 8 young people who really would not need any watching at all, and enjoy the beauties of Kew Gardens, which she had not seen for ages. And on a perfect day, with scarcely a cloud in the sky or a breath of wind. A whole afternoon to spend in Charles's company, and she was not going to feel self-conscious about it, or fearful that he would find her dull, though he surely would, for he had asked her. She had not even thought of volunteering her services. She was going to enjoy herself, though she was feeling somewhat apprehensive about the end of the journey and the pairing up that would happen as soon as the men had dismounted and the ladies had stepped down from the carriage. She was perhaps the only one who knew exactly with whom she would be paired. She was going to enjoy herself anyway, and if he thought he was going to throw her onto the defensive, as he had done last evening, then he was going to have a rude awakening. She did not owe Charles Sawyer an explanation for anything she had done with her life. If anyone owed an explanation, it was he. Though that was not quite right. She, after all, was the one who had broken off both their romance and their acquaintance, because she would not have been able to carry on with the latter without the former. She had dismissed him, and thus set him free to do and to be whatever he wished. He had done just that. But she would not even think of the past for the rest of today.
"This is going to be such fun,"
Miss Keithley said.
"It is the first time I have been out without Mamma since we came to London."
"But if you think your mamma is a strict chaperone," Matilda said, "wait until you discover what I am. Dragons may appear mild in contrast. You may well beg your mother to accompany you everywhere you go for the rest of the season." A renewed burst of happy giggles greeted her dire warning, and she smiled, and then stopped smiling. They had arrived. Chapter 4. Bertrand Lamar and Boris Wayne wanted to go straight to the Chinese pagoda and climb to the top. 253 stairs, Boris said, winding around the centre. And spectacular views from each story, Bertrand added.
"Are there really golden dragons on the roofs?"
Miss Rigg asked. But she wanted to go first to the orangery, because it had been recommended by a cousin.
"But it is said to be too dark inside for the fruit to flourish,"
Miss Keithley told her. "I want to see some of the temples," her brother said. "We missed them when we came last year because everyone else wanted to see the pagoda." Lady Estelle Lamar wanted to see Kew Palace, and Lady Jessica Archer would prefer the Queen's Cottage.
"All the royals used to have picnics in the gardens there when they were children," she said. "Queen Charlotte used to arrange them."
"It is such a beautiful day," Adrian said, "and the gardens are so well laid out, and so full of varied trees and plants and green expanses of grass, that I would be content just to stroll about without any particular destination, seeing what is to be seen as we come to it." Everyone had expressed a preference almost before Charles had handed Matilda down from the carriage
and turned it over with all the horses to the care of the grooms and the coachman.
"I dare say we can spend at least a couple of hours here," he said, "before feeling the need to seek out a late luncheon or early tea, whichever seems appropriate when the time comes. There will be a chance to see everything, and even just to relax and look about us and enjoy the sunshine. Lady Matilda, you are the only one who has not voiced an opinion. With what shall we start?"
"Me," she said, spreading a hand over her bosom. Charles guessed that her preferences were not often consulted. "Well, I do not mind."
"The pagoda, Aunt Matilda," Boris said, grinning at her.
"The Queen's cottage."
"The temples."
"The orangery." "Kew Palace."
They all clamoured to be heard, and there was much laughter interspersed with the raised voices. Ambrose Keithley was elbowing Bertrand Lamar in the ribs for some unknown reason, and was being elbowed back. Miss Keithley had raised her parasol and set it spinning behind her head. Adrian was pretending the poke of it had caught him in the eye as he clapped both hands over it. Matilda held up a staying hand, and miraculously order was restored. "You all have a great deal of pent-up energy," she said. "It needs to be used. 253 stairs, did you say, Boris? Perfect. We will begin with the pagoda. Besides, I want to see those dragons, even if they are only gilded wood and not solid gold."
"But you have to climb to the top, Aunt Matilda,"
her nephew said, waggling his eyebrows at her. "Was there any question of my not doing so?" she asked. "Of course I will be climbing to the top. Let us go. I did not agree to chaperone you all just in order to stand here procrastinating for the rest of the day." And they all paired up and moved off along a wide grassy avenue in the direction of the pagoda, which was clearly visible from most parts of the park. Charles offered Matilda his arm. She looked smart and prim, her manner brisk, yet there was about her a suggestion of exuberance that one did not see when she was playing the part of ageing spinster daughter, tending her mother's needs. He had been a bit afraid that the journey here in a carriage filled with flighty, giggling young ladies would sap her of all energy and patience. The opposite seemed to have happened. She looked at his arm before slipping her hand through it, then glanced up at him. "I have not climbed to the top of the pagoda since—" She closed her eyes briefly before turning her head away. She did not complete the sentence. "Since they had done it together when they were 20.
"Neither have I,"
he said. He had been to Kew a number of times since then, of course. He had even been close to the pagoda. He had been urged a few times to climb it, but had always declined. He had never really asked himself why. Was it fanciful to imagine now that it was because he had once climbed it with Lady Matilda Westcott?
"It was a day much like today," he said.
"Yes," she said softly, and then a little more firmly. "Was it? I cannot remember." They walked behind the young people, who were, as she had observed, full of high spirits. They were in pairs, but they were chattering as a group.
"Have you forgotten, Matilda?"
he asked. "Yes," she said.
"We were in a group like this," he said. "I believe there were 6 of us, not counting the parents of one of the young ladies. I cannot recall who, but they were not your parents. They were a little more indulgent. Your brother was one of our number."
"I have forgotten," she said.
"Whoever those parents were," he said, "they did not climb higher than the 2nd story. They remained there while the rest of us wound our way to the top. The others did not remain there long. They went clattering back down the stairs almost immediately, leaving the 2 of us to enjoy the view."
"I will take your word for it," she said. "I have no interest in the distant past. I am here now. It is a beautiful day, and I want to enjoy everything as it is."
"Very well,"
he said, briefly covering her hand on his arm.
he had kissed her, surrounded by carved wood and vast sky and green expanses below. It had not been their first kiss, but it was the first one that could be prolonged. He had told her, his mouth against hers, that he loved her, and she had told him, after he had kissed her, that she loved him. They were words he had not spoken to any other woman. He had grown up fast after Matilda, and had abandoned such immature, sentimental drivel. Her mouth now, he saw when he glanced at her face, was set in a prim line. "We will enjoy everything as it is now, then," he said. "Were you driven to near insanity on the journey here?" He was startled by her sudden smile and the twinkle in her eye as she looked back at him. "Not at all," she said. "What a delight young people are, Charles." "Giggling," he said, "and chattering." "Well," she said, "I giggled and chattered right along with them." She looked self-conscious suddenly and turned her head away, hiding her face behind the brim of her bonnet. Why not? It seemed the best form of self-defence. Matilda. Oh, Matilda. What had her parents done to her? Or was that unfair? If Barbara or Jane had wanted to marry a young man as wild as he had been at the age of 20, would he have given his consent? He knew he would not. But would he also have forbidden them all future contact with that young man? Would they have obeyed him without question if he had? Ought he to have waited? If he had given up his wild ways and approached her the following year, would he have been able to persuade her to change her mind? And her father his, and her mother hers. "Why did you not marry, Matilda?" he asked. Her head turned sharply back toward him. "I never wanted to," she said. "You wanted to marry me," he reminded her. "I was young," she said, "and foolish. Even now, ridiculously, it stung." "You never loved anyone else?" he asked her. "No," she frowned. "Was it that you never wanted to marry?" he asked her. "Or was it that you never found a man to love?" "Enough," she said. "Please, Charles, enough." And he was a bit horrified to see that her eyes were rather bright, but not from the sunshine or the pleasure of the outing. "I beg your pardon," he said. "Forgive me." "And why should you care?" she asked him. "You fathered a son very soon after, and there were other women, many of them. One could not help hearing about them. And you married a few years later, and had children and grandchildren, all the while acquiring an ever-worsening reputation as a rake, among other things. Much you loved me, Charles. I will be forever thankful that my mother and father talked sense into me. My life, as it has been, is far better than it would have been if I had married you." Every word felt like a blow. And every word was true, except 4 of them, spoken with biting sarcasm. Much you loved me. Literally they were true, but she had not meant them literally. He had loved her, but he had proved it in the worst possible way, by going completely to pieces after she would have nothing more to do with him. He could not even blame immaturity. His unsavoury reputation had been well deserved for years and years. "I am sorry," he said. "I am so sorry." "We have arrived at the pagoda," she said, and she smiled brightly at the young people, who had stopped walking and stood in a group to admire it from the outside. "There are 10 stories," Miss Keithley said. "I counted them." "Impressive, Dorothea," her brother said. "You can count that high." "I'm not sure I will be able to step out onto any of those balconies," Miss Riggs said. "If that is what they are called. Not on the higher stories, anyway. They must be terrifying." Each story had a balcony outside it and a protruding roof above, but it was not necessary to step outside to appreciate the views. There were tall, round-topped windows all about each story. "Take my arm," Boris said to her. "I promise not to let you fall."
"That is kind of you," she said. "But will we be able to climb the stairs two abreast?"
They all stepped inside to find out, exuberant and chattering. They had not yet worked off much of their overabundance of energy, it seemed. "I love the dragons," Matilda said, looking up at the series of roofs. "They look as if they are made of gold." "Do you really want to go to the top?" Charles asked. "You are under no obligation." "Oh, but I am," she said. "I was challenged by my nephew, and accepted." "Is he in the habit of issuing challenges to you and grinning and waggling his eyebrows at you?" he asked. "Oh, good heavens, no," she said. "He has always treated me with the utmost respect as his mother's considerably elder sister. I believe he is enjoying teasing me." "And you are enjoying being teased?" he said.
"Yes,"
she sighed.
"Sometimes it is a little lonely being a staid maiden aunt."
But she coloured rosily as she said it, and looked as though she would dearly like to recall the words. No one really liked to admit to loneliness, and perhaps no woman liked to admit to being a maiden aunt, as though those two words described everything there was to know about her. "You are not my aunt, fortunately," he said. "You are Matilda."
"Oh."
She looked at him a little uncertainly, her head tipped slightly to one side. "Shall we go after the young people?" he asked, "and make sure none of them try hanging from the balcony rails by their fingertips? I would hate to fail during my first stint as a chaperone."
"Oh, goodness me, yes," she said. "What a horrid thought! And it is just the sort of thing young men do to impress young ladies. Not hanging from the balcony rails, perhaps, but certainly over them. The mere thought of it gives me heart palpitations."
They huffed and puffed their way up the stairs, winding about the interior middle of the pagoda, stopping only once, briefly, at the 5th level to look out through the windows while they caught their breath. Loud exclamations of wonder, as well as the habitual laughter, came from the floors above. "Oh," Matilda said, "I had forgotten how much higher a tall building seems from the inside than it looks from the outside, and we are only halfway up." "Are you sure you do not want to claim that you won half a challenge?" he asked her, almost hoping she would say yes. Sometimes one forgot that being 56 years old was a little different from being 20. For answer, she turned and continued the climb. Coming up behind her, Charles admired, beneath the pale blue of her dress, the sway of her hips, still shapely, though no longer youthful, and he admired the fact that she kept her spine straight and climbed steadily upward without slowing. By the time they came out on top, the young people were moving about the full circle of the room, looking out and exclaiming at the height, and pointing out to one another all the landmarks they could see, both within Kew Gardens and beyond. "It is a bit like being up in a hot air balloon," Adrian said, "except that there is more than empty air beneath our feet."
"You have been up in a balloon?"
Lady Estelle asked him. "Yes," he told her. "Last year. It was exhilarating and frankly terrifying. But I lived to tell the tale."
"If I did not know differently,"
Lady Jessica said,
"I would swear this pagoda is swaying. Would someone please assure me that it is not?"
"I think it is," Bertrand said, staggering and then grinning at her. "You had better hang on to me, Jessica, and stop me from falling." She tutted and slapped his arm, and everyone was ready to go down and set out on another adventure. "After coming all this way up," Charles said, "I intend to stay a while and admire the view at my leisure. My leisure is going to last at least 10 minutes. "It takes that long to recover your breath?" Mr. Sawyer asked, grinning rather cheekily. "And that, too," his father admitted.
"But you do not all have to wait for us at the foot of the pagoda," Matilda said. "We can do our duty quite adequately from up here. It makes a splendid watchtower. I dare say there is not a square inch of the gardens that will be invisible to us." Mr. Keighley groaned aloud and clutched his chest. There were lots of trees, of course, and a person could not see into them or under them from up here. But young people must be allowed some time alone together, and what could they get up to in 10 minutes? Though of course it would take about that long again to get down from here, and then one would no longer be able to see to all corners of Kew, let alone into all the crannies. But "I trust you all to behave yourselves as young ladies and gentlemen ought," she added in her severe Aunt Matilda voice. Not that she had ever been a severe aunt. She had never interfered with her brother and sisters or her in-laws concerning the ways they chose to deal with their children. "That was very sly of you, Aunt Matilda," Boris told her. "Now you have forced us to be good."
"Not that we would ever dream of not being good," Dorothea Keighley said, as she followed Mr. Sawyer down the winding staircase. "Don't look at me that way, Ambrose."
"Do you have eyes in the back of your head?" her brother protested, offering his hand to Jessica to help her onto the top stair. Soon they were all gone, clattering downward noisily and cheerfully. "We will all gather outside the orangery in half an hour's time," Charles called down after them, and Matilda was aware of the sound of wind all about the outside of the pagoda, and of nothing else. She stepped up to one window and gazed down upon trees and lawns and the red-bricked front of Kew Palace. She moved to the next window and saw Temple Follies among the trees and land, stretching to infinity beyond the gardens. She moved again and simply gazed. She was aware of the warmth of Charles's right arm along her left, though they were not touching. She could smell his cologne. "Oh, there they are," she said, pointing downward. "They have stayed all together." "I can spot no budding romance between any of them," he said, "with the possible exception of Bertrand Lamar and Miss Keighley. They are merely enjoying one another's company." "Yes," she said. "In a similar situation, we were only too eager to snatch time for ourselves," he said, "and we were fortunate enough to have a pair of chaperones who were happy to remain well below the top story of the pagoda." He had kissed her here, maybe on this very spot. He had told her he loved her, and she had not for a moment doubted the truth of his words. She had told him she loved him, and had meant the words with all the passion of her young heart. But not a month later she had sent him away, told him she would not speak with him or even see him again. She had told him, when pressed, when it had seemed the only way to convince him that she did not love him, that she never really had. "Did you mean it?" he asked now, and she knew he had turned his face toward hers, was no longer looking at the view, but at her. "I have often wondered." "Did I mean what?" she asked, but she knew what he meant. It was as though he had read her thoughts. "That you loved me," he said. She frowned and watched a horse and cart inching along a ribbon of roadway on the distant landscape. "I do not remember," she said. "Are you talking about the time we were here together, all those years ago? How am I to recall what I said or what I meant?" "You told me you loved me," he said, "after I had said I loved you. And then, not long after, you turned me away. But the cruelest cut of all came with the words you spoke as you did it. You did not love me, you said, and never had. But you did love me when we were here. You did mean it, did you not?" From beneath contracted eyebrows, she returned his gaze. Why was the answer important to him? "You have lived a lifetime of memory-bringing events since then," she said. "You fathered Gil. You married Lady Dirksen and had children, and then grandchildren. You lived through years filled with riotous living. Why try to remember now what happened, or did not happen here years and years ago, when we were young and foolish and could not possibly have known our own minds? Why bother to remember? We have scarcely seen each other since. We have spoken only a few times, all of them very recently. What is the point of all this, Charles? If we ever had a chance, it is long gone. Those things happened to other people in another lifetime. We are not the same people now, not even close.
Were we foolish?
He asked her. He had turned to look downward again. Matilda could see the young people, still in a group together, making their way along a grassy avenue toward one of the domed temples.
But yes, of course I was. I was young and in love, and then hurt as only the young can be. I was blinded by hurt. Instead of waiting for a year, and then trying during the next season to get you to change your mind, and to get your father to see that I had changed, I immediately leaped into wild pleasure-seeking in an attempt to forget you, and soothe my bruised sense of self. I never did try to win you back. Yes, I was foolish. Were you?
Foolish, she said. No, I had always been obedient to my parents. I had always believed they knew what was best for me and loved me. I believed them when they told me you were no suitable husband for me, that your wild debaucheries would bring me nothing but misery.
Debaucheries?
He turned to look at her again.
At that stage of my life? Hardly. So you were wise to break off with me? To tell me you did not love me?
Yes, she said. He was looking steadily at her, and almost inevitably she had to turn her own head and look back.
Tell me, he said, that at least was not true. And please do not tell me you do not remember.
Why should I remember? She asked. It was a lifetime ago. Oh, Charles, of course I loved you. We were young, as these young people are young now. She gestured with one hand toward the window, though she did not look out. You were handsome, and you were paying court to me. You danced with me, and talked endlessly with me, and smiled and laughed for me alone, it seemed. Of course I loved you. It would have been strange if I had not.
But you stopped.
Of course I stopped, she said, remembering her broken heart, her shattered dreams, her conviction that she would surely not be able to live on. Did you imagine that I have been nursing a tundra for you all these years? Do you see me as a poor, frustrated spinster, sighing herself to sleep each night, with memories of the one man with whom she shared a romance when she was no more than a girl? That is both absurd and insulting.
Did I say I imagined any such thing? He asked. I am sorry. I have upset you.
I am not upset, she said, swiping at her cheeks with the heels of both gloved hands, and feeling the humiliating wetness of tears there. She, who never wept.
Let us not talk or even think about all the years between, he said. I loved you when we were last here together, Matilda, and you loved me. It is a bitter memory, because of all that came so soon after, but there is a very definite sweetness about it too. We were a young couple in love. I have never been in love since.
What nonsense, she said.
Perhaps, he said, but true nevertheless. I do not believe you have either, have you?
Me, she said. Of course I have. No, I have not. Is there anything shameful about that? I had chances, but I would not marry without love. I was a stubborn young woman. "Yes," he said. "I know."
"Well," she said, "it is a sweet memory, Charles. It was also something that happened to two people who no longer exist."
"But we do," he said. "We are those very same two people 36 years later. There are grey hairs, more for me than for you, and lines carving themselves on our faces, and somewhat thickening figures. But you still look very good. Perhaps I can say so because I look at you through 56-year-old eyes. To me you look good, though I would like to see your mouth primmed less often and smiling instead, as it has smiled today whenever we are in company with the young people. I would like to kiss that mouth again."
She stared at him, as though she were welded to the floor. She was too shocked to smack his face. At the same time, she felt a renewed rush of awareness, of their aloneness up here, of the last kiss they had shared here, of him, of his solid presence, of his continued good looks, of his maleness, of his mouth. But she was middle-aged. On the far side of middle age, in fact. Kissing was for the young. She no longer knew how to do it. The last time she had been kissed was 36 years ago. It would be embarrassing. It would be bizarre. It would be... She licked her lips, and his eyes dipped to follow the gesture. Her nipples were tingling. There was an ache between her thighs. She had not experienced such things for many years. She was past the age. But even before then, she had suppressed the nagging needs that brought her nothing but empty frustration and misery. She could not now. She took a step closer to him, and when he stepped closer to her, she ignored the instinct to jump back in fright, and she let herself rest against him instead, closing her eyes as she did so. Even through his coat and waistcoat and shirt, she could feel that he was warm and firm-muscled and male. She felt enclosed by the smell of him, his cologne, the starch that must have been used on his cravat and neckcloth, the essence that was Charles himself. It was ridiculous, perhaps, to feel that it was all somehow familiar, but it was, nevertheless. With her thighs she could feel the powerful muscles of his own. With her lower legs she could feel the supple leather of his Hessian boots. It was all surely sufficient to make her swoon, if she knew how to do it. She would remember this, she thought, just as she had always remembered the last time. She would remember for the rest of her life. With her dying breath she would remember that she loved him, that she had always loved him, even if there had been days, weeks, even perhaps months through her life when she had not thought of him a single time. Oh no, never months, or even weeks. Love never quite goes away. It was always there, dormant, waiting to be revived. Broken hearts were always aching to be mended. His arms had come down along hers, and he found her hands with his and twined his fingers with hers as their arms rested against their sides. He lowered his head and tipped it slightly to one side. She felt his breath against one cheek and opened her eyes. His own searched hers from a mere few inches away, and somehow she did not feel like an embarrassed and dried-up old spinster for whom such things were merely a present embarrassment and a dream of what might have been a long time ago and could never be again. He did not look like an aging man who surely should be past such things. "Allow me," he murmured, his lips almost against hers. For answer, she shut her eyes again and closed the distance. And, oh my, oh my, oh, my goodness me. Her thoughts were no more coherent than that for however long the kiss lasted. It was probably a few seconds,
No, surely longer than that. Minutes? Hours? Had it been like this all those years ago? All the physical sensations, all the emotional yearnings, all the inability to think. But if it had been, how could she possibly have let him go? Oh, how could she have let him go? Charles. Charles. He had moved his mouth away from hers and was gazing at her with eyes that were impossible to read. They were still touching along their full length. Their fingers were still entwined at their sides. It had been really, she thought, by any objective standard, a rather chaste kiss. It had also been nothing short of earth-shattering. No, that was far too mild a term. It had been universe-shattering. For her, anyway. He, of course, must have participated in 1,000 such kisses with as many women. Don't exaggerate, Matilda. Was it an exaggeration? "We are neglecting our duty," she said. A wave of something so fleeting that it was impossible to name passed across his face. Amusement, perhaps? Regret? Longing? None of those? All of them? "You are the one who told the young people you trusted them," he said. "I would have remained right behind them, treading upon the heels of the last in line." "Oh, you would not," she said. "You were the one who told them you needed 10 minutes up here before following them." "Because I am an old man and needed to catch my breath and give my arthritic knees a rest," he said. Nonsense. She was very aware that they were still touching each other, front to front, and their fingers were still tangled up together. He released her and took a step back. There was definite laughter in his eyes now. "I am sorry for discomposing you, Matilda," he said. "You have done no such thing," she assured him. "There is another reason why you were cross, then?" he asked. "I am not cross," she protested, running a hand over the front of her dress and making sure her bonnet was still straight. "But we came as chaperones and ended up needing some of our own," he said. "Come, we will go down. I will go first so that you do not have to peer into the abyss with every step." Oh. Oh! He had surely said exactly the same thing the last time. But how ridiculous to believe that she could remember such a trivial act of gallantry 36 years later. "Thank you," she said, and wanted to weep. Yet again. Chapter 5. During the week following the excursion to Kew Gardens, Charles concentrated upon getting his life back to normal. The only trouble was that he was not sure it was going to be possible. Not, at least, if normal meant the way it had been until a month or so ago. For one thing, he had let go the mistress he had employed since not long after his wife's death. He had paid her off abruptly, the very evening after Matilda had made her unexpected call at his house, though at the time he had not believed there was any connection between the two events. He had assumed that he would replace his mistress soon, but he had not done so in the ensuing weeks, though he was not at all sure celibacy suited him. Neither was he sure it did not. Actually, it was sex for sex's sake that no longer satisfied him, but he did not know what would satisfy him instead, or if he did, he was not willing to give it serious thought. For another thing, there was Gil. His son had been in his life for 34 years, in a purely peripheral way, but that had changed with all the business over the custody battle, and then the breakfast to which his son's wife had invited him, and his first ever face-to-face meeting with his son. To say that meeting was uncomfortable would be to severely understate the case, but it had been difficult afterward to accept the possibility that he would never see Gil or hear from him again. But hear from him he had, a couple of days after Kew, or at least about him from Abigail, Gill's wife. She had written a letter filled with cheerful details about the Gloucestershire village in which they lived, and their house and garden, which was dominated by both the sight and smell of roses. Interspersed with those details were seemingly random anecdotes about Katy, his granddaughter, and there had been one mention of Gill, who was being transformed from soldier to farmer, complete with muddy boots, for which Abigail had scolded him when he stepped inside the house with them one day without cleaning them off adequately on the boot scraper outside the door. Charles found reading the letter painful more than pleasurable, yet he read it at least a dozen times in the course of the rest of the day. Then there was Adrian, who had renewed the friendship he had enjoyed with Bertrand Lamar at university. He had also become friendly with Lamar's sister, and with Boris Wayne. The four of them had apparently called upon the Dowager Countess of Riverdale the day after Kew, in order to thank Lady Matilda Westcott for accompanying them and making the day such fun for them. Adrian's word. She had apparently tried to persuade her mother to put her feet up on a stool while they were there, but the Dowager had declared she was quite capable of keeping her feet on the floor, and became quite cross with her daughter for fussing. "And I ended up feeling quite cross too," Adrian reported. "There were none of the smiles and twinkly eyes from Lady Matilda that we saw yesterday, or the mock severe admonitions. I think the Dowager Countess stifles her papa. It is a shame, and it is not right. It is not easy to be a woman, is it? Especially a spinster. I wonder why she never married." "Perhaps she chose not to," Charles suggested. "But the alternative," his son protested. Charles ended up feeling irritated himself, but as much with Matilda as with her mother. Why did she behave like that? Why had she allowed herself to become the stereotypical, fussy, spinster daughter of an autocratic mother? He did not want to think about Matilda. He wished he could erase the memory of the day at Kew, especially of that half-hour or so at the top of the pagoda. He did not know what to make of what had happened there. She had aroused in him memories that had been so deeply buried that he would have thought them completely obliterated, if her reappearance in his life had not brought them flooding back. Not just memories of facts, however, but memories also of feelings and passions that should be laughable now, but were not. Matilda. There was no way on earth he wanted to become involved with her again. It would be ridiculous, and his guess was that she would agree with him. Then there were his daughters. Barbara and her family returned from her in-laws' anniversary celebrations on the same day as Jane arrived in town with her family after recovering from her bouts of nausea. They came together the following day to call upon Charles, bringing their children with them. He talked and played with all three of his grandchildren, and admired various toys and treasures they had brought with them for his approval, including the proud treasure of a bruise the size of a bird's egg, acquired from slipping off the back of a pony that had become suddenly frisky. The children were then taken up to the nursery by Barbara's nurse, and Charles was left alone with his daughters. Barbara had an invitation for him. Her birthday was coming up soon. "I know," Charles said. "I never forget birthdays, do I?"
"I wish every man were like you in that regard, Papa," Jane said, shaking her head, and clucked her tongue. "Wallace, for example."
Wallace, Lord Frater, was her husband.
"Instead of having a family dinner at home as usual," Barbara continued, "we are going to have a family celebration at Vauxhall Gardens. Edward has reserved a box, and we will feast there and listen to the orchestra and dance and watch the fireworks. It must be 3 years or more since I was last there." "We went last year," Jane said, "but I am always happy to have an excuse to go to Vauxhall. It is sheer magic if the weather is good." "Oh, the weather will be perfect for my birthday," Barbara assured her. "It would not dare be otherwise. Adrian will be coming. He has asked Lady Estelle Lamar to accompany him. Do you know her, Papa? She is making her debut this year, though she is well past the usual age. I have seen her once or twice. She is a beauty. Very dark colouring.
I have an acquaintance with her, Charles said. Her twin brother was at Oxford with Adrian.
It would be lovely, in order to keep numbers even, Barbara said, if you would invite someone too, Papa. Mrs. Summoner, perhaps, Jane suggested.
Mrs. Summoner, who had been widowed about the same time as Charles had signalled on several occasions that she would not mind indulging in a discreet affair with him. She must be all of 20 years his junior. He held up a staying hand. "If I must bring someone," he said, "I will choose for myself. I shall ask Lady Matilda Westcott." He did not quite know what made him say it, and he certainly did not know if she would accept, except that he had been trying to pluck up the courage to talk to his daughters about something they needed to know, and this would make it somewhat imperative that he say it now.
"Lady Matilda Westcott?"
Jane frowned.
"Do you mean Abigail Westcott, Papa? But she is no longer Lady Abigail, is she? She lost the title several years ago. Besides, she is too young for you. And she has recently married, I have heard," Barbara added.
"I said Lady Matilda Westcott," Charles told them. "She is Abigail Westcott's aunt, Abigail Bennington now. She recently married Lieutenant Colonel Gil Bennington. My son." They stared at him blankly.
"Did you say, my son?"
Jane asked, and laughed. "I did," he said. "Gil Bennington is my natural son. He was born 34 years ago, before I even met your mother. His mother was the daughter of a village blacksmith. She raised him without my assistance, though assistance was offered. The only help I ever gave him came after her passing, when I purchased a commission for him in the foot regiment, in which he was a sergeant. He refused any further help not long after that. I saw him for the first time a few weeks ago, after he arrived in London with his new wife. They came to appear before a judge who was to decide who would have custody of his daughter. She was living with her maternal grandparents at the time. Now she is with Gil and his wife. I was at the hearing. I spoke up in Gil's defence. He has since taken his family to their home in Gloucestershire." It all came out in a rush. Jane's smile had disappeared. Both daughters were staring blankly at him.
"You have a son?" Jane asked. "Apart from Adrian? Does Adrian know?" Barbara asked. "Dear God, it will kill him."
"He knows," Charles said. "He came with me last week to a dinner given by the Earl of Riverdale and his wife. A number of the other members of the Westcott family were there too. It occurred to me when I was invited that the truth was almost bound to leak out at last, and that it would be better that you all hear it from me than from Tom Gossip." His daughters were looking identically stunned, rather as Adrian had looked when Charles told him.
"And you are going to invite Abigail Bennington's aunt, one of the Westcotts, to Barbara's birthday party?" Jane said.
"Unless Barbara objects," Charles told her. "Obviously I have not asked her yet. She may say no even if I do."
"Lady Estelle Lamar has some connection with the Westcott family too, does she not?" Barbara said, frowning in thought. "Her father married the former Countess of Riverdale a few years ago. Abigail Westcott's mother?"
"Yes," he said.
"And Adrian is bringing her to Vauxhall," Barbara said. "Yet he knows."
"Yes," Charles said again.
"Oh, goodness."
Barbara sat back in her chair and placed her palms against her cheeks.
"I feel as though I were in the middle of some bizarre dream. We have a half-brother, Jane." "If you happen to have a feather about your person," Jane said, "someone could easily knock me over with it. How is it possible we never knew of this? And how could you, Papa? Oh, of all the dreadful things! Whatever will Wallace say when I tell him? What is he like, Papa? Though I am not at all sure I want to know.
They were none too happy, Charles realized. It was unsurprising. He was not himself. He had kept the secret for so long that it felt disconcerting to have the truth out in the open to upset his children. His wife had never known. "I believe he is a good man," he said. He proceeded to tell them some facts about his son, and he wondered as he did so whether he ought to ask Matilda to go to Vauxhall with him and thus keep alive the connection between her family and his. Perhaps his children would resent it, though Adrian did not seem to do so. Quite the contrary, in fact. How would she answer if he did ask her? Would she accept? And what would it mean if she did? It was to be an intimate event with his family. Would anyone get the idea that he was courting her? And would he be? When Matilda received a written invitation to join Mrs. Barbara Dewhurst and her family for an evening at Vauxhall Gardens in celebration of her birthday, she thought at first that the lady must have mistaken her for someone else, but only for a second.
"You look as if someone had just died, Matilda," her mother said from across the breakfast table. "Whatever has happened?"
Matilda looked up blankly. She would have loved to take the card upstairs, to digest its contents in the privacy of her room, but it was too late for that. Apparently her face had betrayed her.
"Who is Mrs. Dewhurst?"
her mother asked, after Matilda had read the invitation aloud. Matilda knew. She had known when Charles married, and whom he married, and where. She had known when each of his children were born, and married. She knew when his wife had died. For someone who had obliterated him entirely from her mind and memory over 30 years ago, she knew a lot about him, and she had suffered a great deal over each milestone in his life, while denying every pang.
"She is Viscount Dirkson's elder daughter," she explained. "But why would she be inviting you to join a family party?"
her mother asked, but she did not wait for an answer. She set down her half-eaten slice of toast, dabbed at her mouth with her linen napkin, and sat back in her chair, regarding her daughter the whole while.
"Do you have the Viscount himself to thank for this?"
"I do not know any more than you do, Mamma," Matilda said, except that he had kissed her, and she had had a hard time both eating and sleeping in the weeks since. Poor, pathetic creature that she was.
"You fancied yourself in love with him once," her mother said.
"Oh, goodness!" Matilda laughed and stirred her coffee, even though the cup was already half empty.
"That was a long age ago, Mamma."
She looked up as she set the spoon in the saucer.
"But I did not fancy myself in love with him. I loved him with my whole heart and soul."
Her mother continued to regard her steadily, and Matilda waited for the tirade of anger and ridicule that was bound to be coming. Instead, her mother set down her napkin beside her plate and sighed.
"I know," she said.
Matilda lifted her cup, changed her mind, and set it back down on the saucer. She raised her eyes.
"I am not sure I knew about the heart and soul part at the time," her mother said, "though I understood it later, when you would have nothing to do with any of the many perfectly eligible gentlemen who would have courted you in the years after. I told myself it was infatuation. I told myself you were merely in love, something girls fall in and out of a dozen times before they settle into a sensible marriage."
"I fell only once," Matilda said. Oh, goodness, she and Mamma never talked like this.
"Yes, I know," her mother said again. "He ran wild with Humphrey, Matilda. Humphrey was my own son, but I was never blind to his many faults. Viscount Dirkson, or Charles Sawyer, as he still was in those days, was a year older. I blamed him for leading Humphrey astray, or deluded myself into blaming him. My heart broke at the prospect of you marrying him.
and having to endure a wretched marriage for the rest of your life. I was not wrong about him. He grew worse than just wild as the years went on."
"I know, Mamma," Matilda said.
"But," her mother said, "I have always lived with the guilt of denying you that misery or that happiness, for it is impossible to know if his life would have proceeded differently if you had married him. Did he love you, heart and soul too?"
"I believed so," Matilda said. "Indeed, I knew so."
"Being a parent is a hard job," her mother told her. "One so very much wants one's children to be happy. One wants to do all in one's power to prevent their being miserable. But where does wise guidance end and blind interference begin?"
Matilda frowned across the table at her mother.
"You and Papa did the right thing," she said. "Did we?"
Her mother lifted her napkin again and proceeded to fold it neatly.
"You were my firstborn, Matilda. I hesitate to say you were my favourite, for you were all my favourites at different times and in different circumstances. But you were special. You were my firstborn."
Matilda found herself blinking back tears. Her mother never talked this way, and she had never been a demonstrative parent. She had never before said that she loved her eldest daughter, let alone that she had been the favourite.
"I must go and send an answer to Mrs. Dewhurst,"
Matilda said, getting to her feet.
"I will decline, of course." "Why?" her mother asked.
"I do not belong with that family," Matilda said.
"I would feel embarrassed and awkwardly out of place." "Why?" her mother asked again. "It is obvious that it was Mrs. Dewhurst's father who suggested your name. Why else would she have thought to ask you? I dare say she does not even know you."
Matilda could think of no answer. Why had he suggested her? He had said nothing during or after the journey home from Kew about seeing her again. There had been nothing from him since. She had assumed he was bitterly regretting some of the things he had said, not to mention that kiss.
"Did you enjoy the day at Kew?" her mother asked.
"Yes, of course I did," Matilda said.
"The young people were delightful. I was touched when Mr. Sawyer came the following day with Boris and Bertrand and Estelle to thank me. It was thoughtful of them." "And was Viscount Dirksen delightful?" her mother asked.
Matilda sat back down.
"He was pleasant company, Mamma," she said. "I believe all the young people liked him." "But did you, Matilda?" her mother asked.
"Yes, of course," she said. "He kissed me. Me, a 56-year-old spinster."
"Then you must go to Vauxhall with him and his family," her mother told her.
"Mamma," Matilda began, but her mother held up a hand.
"Matilda," she said, "you have driven me to the brink of insanity several times in the years since your papa died."
"I know," Matilda said. "I want to care for you, Mamma, but I know you resent my every move."
"You drive me insane with guilt," her mother said. "Believe me when I tell you I did not understand just how much you loved him, Matilda. Perhaps the advice your father and I gave you was sound. It seemed so at the time, but I have looked upon you in all the years since as a millstone of regret and guilt about my neck. We ought to have advised you, and then trusted you to make your own decision. We ought at least to have put a time limit on our refusal. We could have insisted that your young man wait a year before applying to your father again for permission to address you."
"Mamma!" Matilda cried, hearing only that she had been a millstone about her mother's neck.
"Matilda,"
her mother said, getting to her feet, while her daughter shot to hers in order to rush to her assistance, an impulse she reined in before she had taken more than 2 steps.
"Matilda, I love you. When I snap at you, it is because my heart hurts for you. and I know I am to blame for everything you have become. Now, I am going to my sitting-room to read the morning papers. I can get up the stairs with the assistance of the banister rail and my own feet. You are to go to the morning-room to write to Mrs. Dewhurst. You are to thank her for the kind invitation and inform her that you will be delighted to make one of the party, or you may write to refuse. The choice is yours."
Matilda, dumbfounded, watched her mother leave the room. For the first time in what must be years, she did not rush after her to offer assistance that was not solicited. It took a great deal of resolution. She accepted the invitation. Having placed it on the silver tray in the hall and drawn the attention of the butler to it, she went up to her room and lay down on her bed, something she never did in the daytime, and stared up at the canopy. "I love you." Not in the voice of a man from years and years ago, but in her mother's voice, for perhaps the first time ever. If her mother had said it before, Matilda had no memory of it. She had always chosen to believe it must be true anyway, though she had doubted of late. But oh, the craving to hear those words from one's own mother. And now they had been spoken. "I love you." Matilda rolled over onto her side, hid her face against the pillow, and wept. "I love you." Why did he want her to go to Vauxhall with his family? Did he regret that kiss at the top of the pagoda in Kew Gardens? "I love you." He, too, had spoken those words to her, once upon a time long, long ago. Life, her dreary, endless life, had suddenly become too full of emotion to be borne. She was not accustomed to strong emotion. She did not know what to do with it, except weep, something she never did. She wept. As soon as he had heard from Barbara that Matilda had accepted the invitation to Vauxhall, Charles wrote to inform her that he would bring his carriage to her mother's house and escort her there himself. He did not look forward to calling at the house, but it was the correct thing to do, and he was not really afraid of the dragon. Was he? But when he arrived on the appointed evening and was conducted to the drawing-room, it was to find that the Dowager Countess was alone there. His heart sank, even as he girded his loins for battle. "Mum," he said, making her a bow. She looked him up and down from her chair beside the fireplace, her expression stern, even hostile. "Lord Dirksen," she said, "your daughter has a lovely evening for her party." "She is fortunate," he said, "considering the fact that we have had nothing but drizzle and blustery winds for the last several days." "Tell me," she said, "did I make a mistake all those years ago?" Her words took him completely by surprise. He did not know for a moment how to answer. "I understood," he said, "that the Earl of Riverdale, your husband, rejected my suit because my wild ways made me an ineligible suitor for his daughter. I was 20 years old. I behaved as a large number of young men behave at that age. Wildly, that is. I was prepared to reform my ways after I had made the acquaintance of Lady Matilda. Whether I would have done so or not cannot be known for sure. I dare say you believed at the time that you were acting in the best interests of your daughter. Subsequent events would seem to have justified you in that opinion." "You loved her?" she asked. "I did, ma'am," he said, "very dearly. I do not expect you to believe me." "Age does not necessarily strengthen a person or insulate her from pain," she said. "My daughter is as fragile now as she was then, Viscount Dirksen, even though she may appear to be set in her ways and incapable of deep feeling." Matilda did not appear that way to him in either regard. "Are you asking me my intentions, ma'am?" he asked. She did not reply for a moment,
as she looked steadily at him. "I am," she said then. He felt like a young man again, being hauled up before suspicious parents as he pursued their daughters. It was a little bizarre, but one thing was clear. The old dragon cared after all. He did not like her, but she cared. At least he assumed she did. Perhaps she was only anxious at the possible loss of her long-time slave. "They are honourable, ma'am," he assured her. "I have no wish to hurt Lady Matilda. I will do all in my power not to do so. I never did hurt her, if you will remember. I am not the one who ended our connection." What the devil was he saying? Was he committing himself to something? Events of the past couple of weeks or so had left him with the uneasy feeling that he was being drawn into some sort of trap. But a trap of whose making? Not Matilda's, certainly. Not her mother's either, or any of her family's. Of his own, then? He was the one, after all, who had suggested first himself and then Matilda as chaperones for that youthful excursion to Kew. He was the one who had suggested her name to Barbara. "Do you still love her?" the Dowager asked him. He raised his eyebrows. "I care for her, ma'am," he said. She narrowed her eyes and then nodded curtly. "Matilda is an adult," she said. "She has been an adult for many years. It is time I learned not to interfere in her life. I am sure you would agree with that, Lord Dirksen." "I am sure, ma'am," he said, "that your concern for her arises from love." He was sure of no such thing. But before she could reply, the door behind him opened, and he turned in some relief to watch Matilda hurry into the room, her evening gown an icy, shimmery silver grey, a blue cashmere shawl over one arm, her hair styled with simple elegance, her posture more erect even than usual, her cheeks slightly flushed, her lips in a prim line. And dash it all, he fell in love. Again. Chapter 6. They crossed the river by boat instead of by the bridge, a convenience Matilda had always considered unromantic ever since it opened a few years previous. Charles took her shawl from over her arm just when she was starting to feel a bit chilly and wrapped it around her shoulders. For a moment he kept his arm about her, holding the shawl in place, but he soon removed it and sat more decorously beside her, making light conversation. It must be 25 or, more likely, 30 years since she had been anywhere escorted by a gentleman alone. She had been relieved that her mother had not suggested her maid accompany her. How humiliating it would have been if that had happened in his hearing. He had arrived a bit early. She had not been quite ready, but she had hurried, alarmed that he was going to have to face her mother alone in the drawing-room. And sure enough, Mamma had been looking severe when she arrived there, and he had been looking stern. He had not told her, and she had not asked, what had transpired between them. Merely a stilted, banal conversation about the weather, she hoped. "Oh," she said now, "just look!" They were foolish words, since they were facing the opposite bank of the Thames, and he would have to be blind not to see the dozens of coloured lanterns strung through the branches of the trees of Vauxhall Gardens, swaying in the breeze, their reflections shivering across the flowing water. "Is it not sheer magic, Charles?" "It is indeed," he agreed, but when she turned her head to look at him, it was to find that he was looking at her, his eyes shadowed by the near darkness and the brim of his tall hat. She smiled and turned her face away. He had used to do that all the time. She had questioned him about it once. "Why are you always looking at me?" she had asked. He had had a ready answer. "Because there is nothing and no one in this world I would rather look at." Foolish, flattering words that had warmed her to her toes. She did not ask the same question now. Who knew how he would answer?
"It was very kind of your daughter to invite me to join her birthday celebrations," she said. "Her card mentioned the fact that it is to be a family party."
"Immediate family, yes," he told her. "Barbara and Jane will be there with their husbands. Adrian has invited Lady Estelle Lamar, and I have invited you. Social events are always better when there is an even number of men and women."
"Will Estelle indeed be here too?" she asked, pleased. "I had not heard. I like your son, Charles. He is a very pleasant young man."
"He likes you, too," he told her. "He says you have a permanent twinkle in your eyes."
"Oh," she said, "I do not."
"No, I know," he said, "but you ought to, Matilda. You were born to arouse happiness in those around you. You used to do it. When I won your affections, for a short while at least, it was against brisk competition."
"That is so untrue," she protested.
"You were unaware of your own charms," he told her. "It was one of the endearing things about you. You were much admired, Matilda, largely because of the sparkle of happiness you exuded."
He must be wrong. Oh, surely he must. She had had other suitors, of course, a tedious number of them after she had sent him away, but she was Lady Matilda Westcott, eldest daughter of the Earl of Riverdale. She came with a large dowry. She was extremely eligible. The attention she received had not been at all surprising. There had been nothing personal about it. He was quite wrong about that. "This is a silly conversation," she said. He laughed, and her insides turned over.
"Then it is a good thing it is at an end for a while," he said,
as the boat drew into the bank, and all the magic and pleasures of Vauxhall awaited them, as well as the nervousness of meeting his daughters and their husbands as a member of their family party, just as though Charles were courting her. She was so unaccustomed to being out alone, Matilda thought. For a moment she longed for the prop of her mother to fuss over. Then she set her hand in Charles's, got carefully to her feet against the sway of the boat, and stepped out onto the jetty. She rearranged her shawl about her shoulders as an excuse to release her hand from his, straightened her spine, and nodded briskly to indicate that she was ready to proceed. Coloured lanterns swayed above their heads. The distant sound of music enticed them to come closer.
"Matilda,"
he offered his arm.
"I chose you as my companion for this evening because I wanted you here. Everyone will be prepared to like you. You need not look as though you were about to march into battle."
"Do your daughters know?" she asked, as she took his arm. "About Gil, I mean?"
"Yes," he said.
"And they know he is married to my niece?" she asked.
"Yes," he said, "and to Lady Estelle Lamar's stepsister. They know. They are dealing with the knowledge."
As was she, Matilda thought. She was still dealing with it. With the knowledge that Charles must have fathered Gil a few months after declaring his undying love for and fidelity to her. They strolled along a wide avenue in the direction of the rotunda, surrounded by other people, their senses assailed by the sounds of music and voices, and by the sight of coloured lamplight. She was here with a companion who was not her mother. She was here with a man who had deliberately chosen her. She was here with Charles. Who ever could have predicted any of this?
"Do you remember," he asked her, his voice low, "the last time we were here together, Matilda?"
How could she possibly not remember? The magic, the exhilaration, the pure joy of that evening, the heady feeling of being young and in love, the anticipation of a lifetime of love together. She had never doubted his eligibility, even though she knew he had been embroiled in some pretty wild escapades with Humphrey.
He had been heir to a viscount's title after all, and that evening had been one of the very few times they had been able to snatch more than just a few short moments alone together. They had wandered along one of the narrower, darker paths among the trees until they had stopped and he had kissed her. "It was a long time ago," she said. He did not answer. They had reached the rotunda with its tiers of open-fronted boxes arranged in a horseshoe shape about the dance floor. The orchestra was positioned in the centre. "It looks as if we are the last to arrive," he said, "but everyone else was coming via the bridge. My children, it would seem, have no sense of romance."
"And you do?"
The words were out of her mouth before she could rein them in. He turned his head to smile at her. "And I do," he said. Then they were at the family box, and Matilda was being presented to Mr. and Mrs. Dewhurst and Lord and Lady Frater, all of whom smiled amiably at her and shook her hand. Mr. Sawyer shook her warmly by the hand too, and Estelle beamed at her and kissed her cheek.
"It was only half an hour ago that I learned you were coming here too with Viscount Dirksen, Aunt Matilda," she said. "I was so delighted. Is this not the perfect evening for Vauxhall?"
"It is indeed," Matilda agreed. "And may I wish you a happy birthday, Mrs. Dewhurst?" She was a pretty young lady, and favoured her mother in looks, as did her brother. Lady Frater more closely resembled her father.
"Thank you, Lady Matilda," Mrs. Dewhurst said. "But will you call me Barbara, please? And I am sure my sister would rather be called Jane than Lady Frater." "I would indeed," that young lady said. "Do come and sit down, Lady Matilda. The food will be arriving shortly. Vauxhall always has the best ham, and strawberries." "Edward will pour you and Papa some champagne," Barbara said, as her husband got to his feet.
"Oh, this," Matilda thought, gazing about her at Charles's family and beyond the box at the sights and hearing the sounds of Vauxhall, was wonderful, wonderful. She was going to tuck every single detail away in her memory to hoard for the rest of her life. Her eyes rested briefly upon Charles's face, and she smiled. The thing was, Charles thought, that Matilda looked every bit her age. She had attempted nothing to minimize it, and she behaved with a certain primness. At the same time, there was something almost youthful about her, a certain innocence and wonder over her surroundings. There was no bright sparkle in her eyes, very little laughter, not a great deal of conversation, very few outright smiles. But what was it about her? At every moment while they ate supper and listened to the music and watched the dancers and conversed, she looked happy. Was that a strong enough word? She looked as if she really wanted to be here. She appeared fully present. She looked upon his children, his sons-in-law, her step-niece, as though she really liked them and was enjoying being with them. She looked very little at him, but when she did, it was with almost a questioning expression, as though she did not quite know why she was here with him, but, for this evening anyway, was contented that it be so. He suspected there had been very little joy in Matilda's adult life, and very few outings that did not include her mother or other members of the Westcott family. He sensed that his daughters liked her, even knowing of her connection to Gil. He knew that Adrian did. "I want to dance," Barbara announced, after the remains of their supper had been cleared away. "And the next one is to be a waltz. Come, Edward." "I believe almost every dance at Vauxhall is a waltz, Barbara," Wallace said. "Jane?" He held out a hand for his wife's. "Have you been approved yet to dance the waltz, Lady Estelle?" Adrian asked. "I know this is your first season."
"I have,"
she told him. "I am not sure the rules apply so strictly here at Vauxhall anyway," Charles said, as Lady Estelle got to her feet and set her hand in Adrian's. He turned his head. "Matilda," she said.
"I have never waltzed. The dance was not even performed in England until a few years ago."
There was a certain wistfulness in her voice. "But you know the steps?" he asked her.
"Yes, of course," she said. "I always think it must be the most romantic dance ever invented. Young people now are very fortunate."
"I do not believe," he said, "there is any prohibition upon the not-so-young waltzing too." He stood and extended a hand for hers.
"I would make a cake of myself," she protested, "and humiliate you."
"Matilda," he leaned a little toward her, "do you not trust me to hold you and lead you and prevent you from tripping over your own or anyone else's feet? And do you not trust yourself to perform the steps you have seen and yearned to dance?"
"I have not yearned."
"Liar," he said softly, smiling at her. "Your eyes give you away."
"Oh, they do not," she protested.
"Waltz with me," he said. She raised her hand and placed it in his. She primmed her lips and squared her shoulders, and he almost laughed. But it was not the moment for laughter, only for tenderness. He knew that the bright, youthful star that had been the young Matilda was still locked within her, long repressed. All the warmth and vitality and love he remembered were still there too. He was not imagining it. It was not wishful thinking on his part. His Matilda still existed, but she had grown older, as he had, and he was not sorry for it. He was no longer interested in youthful beauty and allure. A 56-year-old Matilda suited him perfectly, but the real Matilda, not the one shaped by her sense of duty to her mother and the perceptions of her family, who saw her merely as a spinster sister or aunt.
"You will be sorry," she warned him.
"Only if you are," he said. "I am wagering on my ability to make sure that you are not." He led her onto the floor with a number of other people, including his son and his daughters, and waited for the music to begin. He looked up, beyond the coloured lanterns, and saw the moon, almost but not quite full, and stars against a black sky. "Look," he said, and she gazed upward with him. He lowered his eyes to her face, and the music began. He placed a hand behind her waist, while hers came to rest on his shoulder. He took her other hand in his and held her firmly, close too, but not quite touching his chest. And he led her into the steps of the waltz, tentatively at first, avoiding any fancy twirls. She kept her eyes on his, though she was not really seeing him, he knew. She was concentrating upon the steps she had seen performed, but had never danced herself. And then she smiled fleetingly, and then more brightly, and he knew she was seeing him and beginning to enjoy herself. He led her into a simple twirl, and she laughed, with pure delight. He smiled back into her eyes. She was warm and vital in his arms, and he was where he wanted to be more than anywhere else on earth. Not at Vauxhall specifically, but within the loose circle of Matilda's arms. He was where he had surely always yearned to be, long after he had consciously and then unconsciously let go of the memory of her and his passion for her. "Neither of us is going to be sorry," he murmured beneath the sounds of music and voices and laughter.
"No,"
she said, and then, with a touching sort of wonder in her voice,
"I am waltzing, Charles."
He felt a curious tickle in his throat, as though, alarming thought, he was about to weep. "We are waltzing," he said, and Vauxhall wove its magic around them. All about them, couples old and young, plump and thin, rich and not so rich, were waltzing, and Matilda waltzed with Charles among them. She would not feel self-conscious, because she was a staid spinster who always sat among the chaperons on the rare occasion when she attended a ball with her mother, or because she was past the age of 50. She was not past the age of wanting to waltz, or to indulge in a little romance. She was not too old to enjoy the feel of a man's hand at the back of her waist, his other hand in hers, the whole of the waltz to be danced face to face, almost body to body. She could feel his heat. She could smell his cologne, as well as something equally enticing that seemed to be the very scent of him. She was not too old to feel the pull of his physicality, or to dream, or to fall in love. Though perhaps it was impossible to fall into anything one was already in. To fall in love again, then. Could one fall in love twice, with the same man, when one had not really stopped loving him the first time? Was it possible? "What is amusing you?" he asked, and Matilda shivered at the low intimacy of his voice against her ear. He knew, as many people did not, that in order to make oneself heard amid music and a babble of voices, one needed to pitch one's voice beneath the general hubbub, rather than try to shout over it. "I am merely enjoying the waltz and the myriad sensations of being here at Vauxhall on a lovely evening," she told him. "No," he said. "There was amusement in your face, Matilda. Something tickled you." "Oh," she said. "I was wondering if it is possible to have the same feelings twice in a lifetime about the same subject, or whether that would mean that really there had been only one feeling spread over a long period of time, even if perhaps it was dormant for a while, and not two separate feelings at all. And if he could interpret that, it would be a wonder." He led her into a series of twirls that had her marvelling that this accomplished female dancer, who did not once trip over her own feet, or anyone else's for that matter, was she, Matilda Westcott, though she knew it was really the accomplished dancing of Charles that made her look good. "I can see why you were so amused, then," he said. "Those were enormously amusing wonderings." His eyes were laughing. Oh, he had used to do that all the time, and Matilda could not stop her own laughter from bubbling out of her. Then his mouth was smiling too, and all sorts of lines showed themselves on his face, mostly at the outer corners of his eyes, wrinkles in the making, or rather laugh lines, very attractive ones, and she had never, oh, surely she had never before in her whole life, even when she was in love at the age of 20, been happier than she was now, at this precise moment, waltzing at Vauxhall, with Charles. She wanted to pinch herself. No, she did not. If this was a dream, she did not want to wake up, ever. But the waltz came to an end. Life always forged onward, whether one wished it to do so or not. Matilda returned on Charles's arm to the box, only to have her hand solicited for another waltz by his son. Oh, my! She was about to refuse. No one ever danced with Matilda. She never expected it. But now 2 partners in one evening. She might never recover from the vanity of it all. Charles, she could see, was extending a hand for his elder daughters and leading her out into the dancing area. "Well, thank you," she said. "I have just danced my first waltz, you know. I hope I do not make a cake of myself and a spectacle of you during the second." He laughed as they took their place on the dance floor. "I am my father's son in some ways," he said. "I will see to it that you come to no harm, Lady Matilda." "Ah," she said, "but can you also see to it that you do not?" He laughed again. He was as good a dancer as his father, she decided, after they had waltzed for a couple of minutes without talking, and without mishap, though he was not Charles, of course. He was not quite as tall, and he was fairer of colouring, and considerably younger. She doubted he had ever given his mother a moment's anxiety over wild oats he was sowing, though he had been a mere boy, of course, when his mother died. His eyes were upon hers. "You know my half-brother, Lady Matilda," he said. "When you came to our house that day with Bertrand Lamar, it was to tell my father about the custody hearing, was it not?" "Yes," she said.
I thought he might be able to help. It was very much in the balance, you see, whether the judge would order that the little girl remain with her grandparents or be restored to her father.
"The little girl," he said. "My niece. My half-niece."
"Katie, yes," she said.
She guessed that he was still grappling with the knowledge that there was another member of his father's family he and his sisters had known nothing of until very recently, just as they, the Westcotts, had had to deal with the appearance of Anna, Humphrey's only legitimate daughter, in their midst 6 years ago. It had not been easy. It had been harder for some of them than for others. "Lady Matilda," he said, "tell me about your niece." She thought for a moment that he was moving on to another subject.
"Estelle," she said. "She's not really my—" "Oh, you were asking about Abigail, are you?"
"About Mrs. Bennington, yes," he said.
"She is the youngest of my brother's children," she told him. "She was always sweet and quiet, but a happy girl, I thought. She was on the brink of making her come out into society when her father died, and the discovery was made that he had never been legally married to her mother. She seemed to be the one who took the blow the best. She remained quiet and sweet, but her happiness was gone, and actually she became quieter than she had been, withdrawn and insistent upon being left to live her life her own way. We were all worried. My heart ached for her, with that helpless feeling one gets when one wants desperately to help, while knowing that all one's efforts to do so are not wanted and are therefore useless.
The story of her life. "Ah, but she would have known herself loved," he said. "That is invaluable in itself, ma'am." He was a kind young man, she thought. Some young lady was going to be very fortunate when he decided to settle down. "And then this year she met Gil Bennington," she told him, "and married him without a word to her family, except her brother, who was the sole family member at her wedding. None of us were quite easy in our minds about it, for he is a taciturn, stern, dour man, very military in his bearing. But it became clear to us at the custody hearing, and afterward, that he loves his daughter to distraction, and probably, very probably, Abigail too, and she glows with happiness, though she is as quiet and reserved as ever. There is a certain look about two people in love, Mr. Sawyer." Matilda was surprised to realize that they were still waltzing, surrounded by other couples. She had forgotten her fear of tying her feet in knots. "She is my half-sister-in-law," he said, "if there is such a relationship." "Your father loves you and your sisters no whit the less for the fact that he also loves his natural son," she told him. "Love is not a finite thing to be equally apportioned among a limited number of people. It is infinite, and can be spread to encompass the whole world without losing one iota of its force. And goodness, just listen to me. If you wish for life advice, come to Aunt Matilda. Tell all your friends." He laughed. "It is a jolt to the system, you know," he said, "to discover at the age of 22 that one has a 34-year-old brother. And now I will not rest until I have met him, and Mrs. Bennington, and Katie." Matilda smiled. How she liked this young man. Under other circumstances, he might have been hers. But no. What a stupid, ridiculous thought. He was the son of Charles and his late wife. "When you and my father knew each other as young people," he said, "were you in love, Lady Matilda? And what an impertinent question that is. Do please ignore it." She continued to smile at him, as Charles and Barbara danced by, laughing over something one of them had said. "We were both very young," she told him. "Just 20. Whatever was between us, Mr. Sawyer, was over long before your father met your mother. I saw very little of him during the years of their marriage, and even that little was from afar. We never spoke. There was never anything between us." "Except when you were very young," he said. as though young love is foolish and not to be taken at all seriously. I am 22, Lady Matilda, only 2 years older than my father was then. I know I am young. I know it will be years before I acquire any serious sort of wisdom. But the feelings of the young ought not to be dismissed or made light of. They are very real. I am sorry that something happened, and I am not going to ask you what it was, to separate you and my father. I like you."
Matilda smiled and blinked her eyes rapidly. Was it because of something to do with life after the age of 55 that she was becoming a watering pot these days?
"Thank you," she said. "It was not your father's fault, you know. It was mine. But it is also ancient history. Very ancient." They lapsed into a not uncomfortable silence for what remained of the waltz. How lovely it felt to be liked, Matilda thought in some surprise. One tended to imagine sometimes that only being loved was of any significance. But there was something enormously touching, something genuine about being told that one was liked by a young man who had no reason to feel anything at all for one. Charles's son. After the dance was over, and while the orchestra took a break, they all indulged themselves with the strawberries with clotted cream for which Vauxhall Gardens was famous. And then James suggested a walk, something they all agreed they needed after feasting upon such rich foods. Besides, during the darkness of evening, there was about Vauxhall a beauty that beckoned one beyond just the area around the boxes. They all set off together, Mr. Sawyer and Estelle leading the way along the broad tree-lined avenue, well illumined by the light from the coloured lanterns, Charles and Matilda bringing up the rear, "like a couple of conscientious chaperones," Charles remarked. "However," he added a minute or two later, "I believe it is to Barbara that the Marquis of Dorchester entrusted Lady Estelle's care this evening. That leaves us free of all responsibility, Matilda." For some reason, his words left her feeling breathless. The avenue was crowded with revellers. It was difficult for a group of 8 to remain together. But she and Charles did not need to try. Both his daughters were with their husbands. Estelle was under the care of one of them, and being escorted by surely a very respectable young man. How lovely, Matilda thought, to be without responsibility, and walking alone with a man in the crowd, as she had been with the same man in the same venue 36 years ago. Chapter 7. 36 years ago they had walked this avenue with a group of other young people. Oddly, or perhaps not so strangely, considering how long ago it had been, Charles could not recall who any of the others had been, though he thought Humphrey had been there. The parents of one of the young ladies had chaperoned them, but they had been a cheerfully careless pair, and had enjoyed the pleasures of Vauxhall on their own account, without keeping too close an eye upon their charges, a fact that had delighted those charges. Charles and Matilda had turned off onto a side path, narrower than the main avenue, more thickly enclosed by trees, more sparsely lit by lanterns, and close to being deserted. They had been able to walk side by side, but only because each had an arm wrapped about the other's waist. Her head had come to rest upon his shoulder after a while, until, in a small clearing to one side of the path, they had come to a halt, and he had kissed her. He had stopped short of making full love to her, and she had indicated, just as he was pulling back, that she would not have allowed it anyway. But they had shared a long and passionate embrace before that moment. Afterward, while they were recovering their breath, his forehead against hers, her hand spread over his chest, he had told her again that he loved her, that he wanted to marry her. She had said, yes, oh yes, oh yes, she wanted to marry him too. She would love him with all her heart for ever and ever. Soon after, they had returned to the main avenue to rejoin their party, and begin living happily ever after. Less than a week later, he had called upon her father. "Matilda," he said now, as they walked along the main avenue, "how long did it take you to stop loving me?" For she had loved him. He had doubted it for a long time, when the pain was raw, but no longer. "About as long as it took you to stop," she said. "Gil was born the following year." "I dealt with my unwanted love in a thoroughly unbridled and immature way," he said. "I suppose I remained immature long after the age at which most men settle down, until 10 years or so ago, in fact. I did not love Gil's mother, though I do not want to speak disrespectfully of her. She was not a woman of loose morals. I believe she genuinely thought I loved her and would marry her. She punished me very effectively when she understood that I did not and could not." "By keeping you away from your son," she said. "Yes." "Are you telling me, then," she asked him, "that all the behaviour for which you became notorious was because of me? Did I hurt you so very badly?" "I was hurt," he admitted, "but my behaviour was mine to own. You were not responsible for any of that, Matilda."
"Humphrey always assured me whenever I asked," she said, "that you were not hurt at all, that you had been lying to me when you told me you loved me, that you were incapable of love, just as he was. You were a capital fellow in his estimation. He told me to grow up to the real world and not expect love outside the pages of a book."
"And you listened and believed," he said.
She had asked her brother about him. "I did not look for love from any man," she said.
"Because of me?" he asked.
"No, of course." She stopped. "Yes, because of you."
He drew a slow breath and let it out on an almost audible sigh. "Your mother treats you poorly, Matilda," he said. It might seem to be a non sequitur, but it was not. "You gave up love and marriage in order to be treated with impatience and irritability even before strangers. Do you not regret—"
"Regrets are pointless," she said sharply. "My mother is sometimes impatient with me because I coddle her. I have fully realized it only lately. I have always been so determined to show my love and devotion, to make my life seem meaningful, that I have treated her, at least in recent years, like an old woman, rather than as a person of dignity, still able to be in charge of her own life. I have been a severe trial to her, as she has been to me. Don't judge from the outside, Charles. She has her own demons to deal with. She feels guilty for blighting my life, my presence for ever at her side, and my fussy behaviour are a constant reproach to her. I could have behaved differently all those years ago. I could have fought for myself, instead of giving in so meekly to my parents' fears and commands. I could have married someone else of whom they did approve. Oh, but regrets are pointless, Charles. Must we spoil this most wonderful of wonderful evenings by talking of the past?"
The avenue was crowded. They dodged other revellers, and probably annoyed a number of them with their slow pace. The orchestra had resumed its playing, but the music was almost drowned out by the sounds of raised voices and laughter. Perhaps her mother was not such an ogre then, Charles thought. Apparently she had a conscience. Perhaps she loved her eldest daughter after all. Probably she did, in fact. And Matilda loved her in return, even though her mother had blighted her life. An interesting choice of words. No, he must not judge. Close human relationships were often a great deal more complex than they seemed to outsiders. His own relationship with his wife, for example, had been far from simple, far from one-faceted. On the whole, it had been a decent marriage, even though he had been a wayward husband much of the time, and she had told him, even before they wed, that she had no real interest in men, but recognized the necessity of conforming to society's expectations by marrying him. Yet they had produced 3 children who had grown into affectionate, sensible adults of whom they had both been proud. "We will not spoil the evening," he said. "It is wonderful, is it not?" He could not be sure in the dim, swaying light of the lanterns, but it looked to him as though her eyes had filled with tears, and how much she had revealed about her feelings. This most wonderful of wonderful evenings. Oh, Matilda. "Come," he said, turning her onto a side path just as he had more than 30 years ago. "Let us seek a little more privacy." He could not be sure it was the same path, but it did not matter. It was narrow as the other one had been, a little too narrow for 2 people to walk comfortably side by side. He drew his arm away from hers and encircled her waist with it. Far from showing any outrage or resistance, she set her own arm about him and very briefly rested the side of her head against his shoulder, just like last time. "This is better," he said. "The noise seems more muted here." "Yes," she said. "Charles." He waited for her to continue. "Surely this is impossible," she said. "This?" "It surely is," she said. "Impossible. More than 3 decades have gone by. I am old." "I take exception to that word," he told her. "For if you are old, then I am older. 3 months older, I seem to recall. We are not old, and even if we are not dead. Only in that circumstance would I be forced to agree with you that this is impossible, though perhaps I would be unable then either to agree or to disagree. I would be dead. We are alive, Matilda." "But this sort of thing is for young people," she protested. "Slinking into the trees to set our arms about each other's waist," he said. "Embracing." "Oh, not that," she said hastily. "It would be most unseemly." And she sounded so like a prim, middle-aged spinster that he smiled into the darkness. He loved her primness, but only because there was also her passion. And passion very definitely lurked within her. It had shown itself briefly during their kiss on top of the pagoda, and in some of her looks and words since. This most wonderful of wonderful evenings, for example. "Most," he agreed. "You were laughing at me," she said. "Yes." She turned her face toward his, though he doubted she could see his laughing eyes. "That is unkind." "Is it, my love?" he asked her. "Charles!" Her voice seemed half agony, half outrage. "Do you not want me to call you that?" he asked. "My love." "Charles!" He stopped walking. There was a little open-fronted rain shelter in a small clearing to the right of the path, a bench inside it, a lantern suspended from the branch of a tree before it to illumine the interior. He led her toward it, though he did not sit down with her. He faced her instead, and laced his fingers with hers at their sides, as he had done at the pagoda. He could see her face dimly, as she would be able to see his. She was gazing wide-eyed at him. "That was no answer," he said. "Do you not understand that is what you are to me? My love." "Oh," she said, "you cannot possibly love me, Charles." "I do not see why not," he said. "And apparently it is possible. I have tested the idea and can find no flaw in it. Do you love me, Matilda?" He watched her lick her lips, lower her gaze, first to his mouth, then to his neckcloth. "Of course I do," she said, sounding almost cross. "You cannot possibly," he told her, and her eyes shot up to look accusingly into his again. "I never stopped," she said. "Do you think I did, or could? I followed all the events of your life from afar, and lived for the few glimpses I had of you down the years. I bled a little inside every time I heard something about you that reaffirmed my conviction that I had done the right thing by refusing to have anything more to do with you. The pain dimmed as time passed, until there was almost no pain at all. The memories dimmed until they became almost unconscious, lost somewhere in the recesses of my mind. But always, always, I have known that I love you. Ridiculous as it seemed to be, ridiculous as it would have seemed to anyone who had ever suspected. He had turned very still inside. His love for her must have lain dormant in him for more than half his life, but he had given it almost no thought since a year or so after she had rejected him. He had given her no thought, or almost none. Yet his love must not have completely died, or why had it been revived so easily now in all its intensity? Why was it that after such a brief time he was surer than he had been of anything else in his life that he loved this woman, who was his age and looked it, and dressed without glamour or obvious allure? Yet to him she seemed the most beautiful woman on earth. Why was it he had fallen in love only twice in his life, and with the same woman? It shook him to the core that even though she was the one who had rejected him all those years ago, she had remained true to him ever since. For he knew she must have had numerous chances of marriage to other men, at least during the 10 years or so after him.
Matilda.
He sighed and drew her to him, one arm about her waist, the other about her shoulders.
You put me to shame with your steadfast fidelity.
But I am the one who sent you away, she said.
For reasons that seemed sound to you at the time, and possibly were, he said. How can either of us be sure I would not have turned out just as I did, even if we had married? I do not believe I would have, but I cannot be certain. Perhaps we needed to wait until we were older. We might have had a very unhappy marriage if we had wed when we were young.
And we might not have, she said, infinite sadness in her voice.
You said earlier that regrets are pointless,
he said, resting his forehead against hers.
You were right.
Yes, she agreed, and he kissed her. She kissed like someone who had never kissed before, with slightly pursed lips and stiffened limbs, even though they had kissed at Kew. But there he had not had his arms about her. Perhaps she felt more threatened this time. He raised his head.
"Put your arms around me,"
he said. She had her hands clutched about his upper arms. She tipped her head slightly to one side in a familiar gesture before releasing her hold and sliding one arm beneath his about his waist and wrapping the other about his neck. "Charles," she said, "I am no good at this. I will only make a cake of myself."
"I do not believe there is a manual," he said, "or any rules at all, in fact. Just kiss me, my love, and I will kiss you."
"You ought not to call me that," she said.
"My love,"
he said.
"Why not?"
She pursed her lips, looked as though she was about to say something, and changed her mind. "I keep waiting to wake up," she said at last.
"So do I," he told her. "But while we are both asleep, shall we share the dream?"
She tightened her arms about him. "Very well," she said, so primly that he almost laughed. He smiled instead and kissed her again, drawing her against him, moving his hand lower down her back to draw her closer yet. He probed the seam of her lips with his tongue, and when they trembled apart, he explored the inside of her mouth, stroking and circling her tongue. She moaned low in her throat, and he could feel one of her hands tangling in his hair. And though she was different from the way she had been at the age of 20, there was something about her that was unmistakably Matilda, and he knew he had never really stopped loving her. It was why he had never fallen in love with anyone else. For always, somewhere in the recesses of his being, there had been Matilda. And now, yes, it was like a dream, he held her in his arms again. They were gazing into each other's eyes then in the dim, pink glow of the lantern, her head tipped back. "I never did ask you to marry me," he said. "Your father said no, and then you sent me away, and the question remained unasked." "Yes," she said. "I am so sorry, Charles. I know now that you suffered just as I did." "Can we put the omission right at last?" he asked her. "Will you marry me, Matilda?" Her eyes widened, and she took a step back, dropping her arms to her sides. "Oh," she said, "but it is impossible." "Why?" he asked. "There is your family," she said, "and mine. There is our age." He turned his head to eye the bench inside the wooden shelter and led her to sit there. He took one of her hands in his and held it on his thigh. "Shall we dispense with the last objection first?" he said. "Is there an age limit upon love and marriage? If we wish to spend the rest of our lives together, does it matter whether we are 20 or 56 or 80? "People would laugh," she said. "Would they?" He stroked his thumb over her palm. "How strange of them. Which people, exactly?" "They would laugh at me," she said. "I cannot think of anyone who might," he said. "But in the unlikely event that someone did, would you care?" She frowned in thought, her eyes upon his. "I think I might," she said. "If I became the subject of a sneering on dit with a ton, I believe I might mind." And the thing was that such a thing was possible. Lady Matilda Westcott was known to the ton as a staid, fussy, ageing spinster who hovered constantly over her mother. Would she be seen as a figure of fun if she suddenly announced her betrothal and went about looking as she looked now, like a woman in love, all April and May? "Then I suppose you will have to decide which course of action you would prefer," he said. "Would you rather keep your familiar image, and thus be largely invisible to the ton? Or would you prefer to announce your engagement to me, and become the sensation of the hour, and very much not invisible?" "Oh," she said, still frowning. "Oh, dear." 36 years ago," he said, "you were given no choice at all. You were told what to do, and you did it. You have lived with the consequences ever since. Now, after all these years, you do have a choice. You can continue as you are, or you can marry me. You have the choice, Matilda." "But it is still impossible," she said, "for we are not the only ones concerned. There is your family and mine." "My children like you," he told her. "I know Adrian does. He has told me so. And I sense that Barbara and Jane do too. They do not often like the women I escort, for they always look upon them as potential wives, and they all come up wanting in one way or another." "Surely I would, quite as much as anyone else," she said. "They cannot help but compare other women to their mother. They surely cannot want you to marry again." "I believe you are wrong in that," he said. "Much as I do not deserve such good fortune, I have children who love me and wish to see me happy. They loved their mother, but they accept the fact that she is gone while I am still here. And what of the Westcotts, Matilda? They seem a decent lot on the whole. Why would you expect them to object to your finding happiness at last?"
"Oh," she said, "it is not that they do not wish for my happiness, but to them I am just Matilda, or Aunt Matilda. I am the sister who stayed home to look after my mother while the other two married. They would all laugh
he suggested, when she did not immediately complete the thought.
No.
She was frowning again. Not that. They would not be so unkind, but they would be incredulous. And perhaps a little bit happy for you, he suggested.
I'm not sure,
she said. They certainly might doubt my judgment. When they first learned that you were Gil's father, they immediately recalled your unsavoury reputation. It was a well-deserved notoriety, he said, and has been hard to shake, even impossible in some circles. I can understand the concern they will feel for you. However, if you decide to marry me, they will learn that I have changed. Perhaps some of them already know it. They all treated me with warm courtesy when I attended Riverdale's dinner. But you were not my betrothed then, she said. And I am now. He smiled at her. Then I will have some work ahead of me. I will have to persuade them that I love you, that you are all the world to me, and always will be. And you, if you decide to marry me, will have to show them that you are not just Sister Matilda or Aunt Matilda, but Matilda without any qualifiers, a person in your own right, free to make your own choices, a person deserving of happiness. If, that is, you love me more than you fear change, or the incredulity of your family and society.
Oh, Charles,
she sighed. He released his hold on her hand, set his arm about her shoulders, and drew her head down onto his shoulder. 2 simple questions, he said. First, do you love me?
You know I do, she said. I always have.
Second, he said, do you want to marry me? There was a long silence before she answered.
Yes,
she said at last. One somewhat more complex question, then, he said. Will you marry me, Matilda?
Oh,
she said. He waited.
Yes,
she said then, her voice barely audible.
Oh, yes, Charles, I will.
He released the breath he had not realized he was holding. Then let us rest upon that for tonight, he said. We love each other. We are to marry and spend the rest of our lives together. Sometimes life really is that simple.
But,
she began. He set one finger across her lips. No buts. Not tonight.
And tomorrow we awaken from the dream?
She asked against his finger. There is a funny thing about tomorrow, he said. It never comes. Have you noticed? For when the day that ought to be tomorrow arrives, it is actually today. And today we are in love and planning to marry. She gazed at him, and then laughed, with that delightful, merry sound that could always make his heart turn over.
Oh, absolutely absurd, she said. You have set my head in a spin.
He grinned at her, and kissed her again before sitting quietly with her, gazing out into the pink-hued darkness, and listening to birdsong and the distant sounds of music and voices and laughter.
We are going to be married?
She asked him after a while.
At last?
At long last, he said softly, his cheek against the top of her head. And it will be good, Matilda. I promise.
Yes.
She smiled, and in the glow of the lamp, he watched one tear trickle down her cheek and disappear beneath her chin. He did not show that he had noticed. He closed his eyes instead, and rested a little longer upon his happiness. Chapter 8. Charles had been very wrong about tomorrow. It did come. It also became today in the process, as Charles had said it would, but it was very different from yesterday's today. Oh, goodness, she was beginning to think like him, in a head-spinning way. Suffice it to say that today, now, this morning, was very different from yesterday, last evening. Then she had been caught up in the magic of Vauxhall Gardens, and all things had seemed possible. It had been the most wonderful evening of her life. It had culminated in fireworks and in a journey home in a darkened vehicle, their hands clasped upon his thigh. It had ended with a warm kiss as the carriage drew to a halt outside her door, and the unspoken promise of happily ever after. This morning she was Matilda Westcott again, a little pale and droopy-eyed, because she was not accustomed to late nights, or to dancing and kissing handsome gentlemen and agreeing to marry them. She was not used to laughing, and even giggling a time or two. Oh dear, had she really behaved in such an unseemly manner, as though she were a girl? Whatever must everyone have thought? Today, the idea of marrying Charles seemed utterly absurd. He could not have been serious. Or if he had been, today he would be feeling a certain horror at what he had said on the impulse of the moment. This morning she was feeling elderly and frumpish and mortally depressed and irritable, and not at all herself. She wanted to be herself again. Instead, she felt like weeping. "Your evening out," her mother said, setting down the letter she had been reading and regarding her daughter across the breakfast table, "must not have been a great success." "I would have been happier if I had stayed at home," Matilda said. "I worried about you being alone." With a rush of guilt, she realized she had spared her mother scarcely a thought all evening, and now she had lied and made herself feel worse. "I was alone with a house full of servants and a library full of books," her mother said. "Matilda, I do not need you." Well, there, she had been justly punished for her lie. "I only love you," her mother added. Her mother never talked like this. Matilda frowned and looked down at her plate. She was rather surprised to see half a slice of toast spread with marmalade there. She could not remember eating the other half, or anything else for that matter. "It was a pleasant enough evening," she said. "Vauxhall is always worth a visit. Mrs. Dewhurst appeared to enjoy her birthday. Everyone was very amiable and kind. I waltzed, I laughed. He kissed me, and I kissed him back. I accepted his marriage proposal." "And Viscount Dirksen?" her mother asked. "He was amiable and kind too," Matilda said, getting to her feet. "Mamma, let me get you a fresh cup of coffee. That one has grown cold while you have been reading your letter." "I do not need a fresh cup," her mother said, with a flash of her old irritability. "Don't fuss, Matilda. I am sorry if the evening was not everything you hoped it might be. I am sorry." "I had no expectations," Matilda said, "and it really was very pleasant." But her mother was on her feet and making her way toward the door. It was time for one of her meetings with the housekeeper to discuss the meals for the coming days and other household matters. She had never allowed Matilda to take over those responsibilities from her. Neither had she ever offered to share them. Matilda went to the morning-room to write letters to her nieces, Camille in Bath, and Abigail somewhere in Gloucestershire in her country cottage, which she shared with Gil and Katy. Charles's son and granddaughter. There was no getting away from him, was there? But did she want to? Had she not accepted a marriage offer from him last evening? Had he not held her hand all the way home in the carriage and kissed her before his coachman opened the door and set down the steps? He had not said anything about seeing her again, though, but surely he meant to. It would be most peculiar if he did not, even if he had changed his mind, as he surely must. Oh, he had been wrong about tomorrow. Tomorrow definitely came, and it was not the same as yesterday. But what happened to today, while one made the contrast between yesterday and tomorrow? Strange thoughts. He could not possibly love her. There was no way on earth he could really want to marry her. Just look at her. The first visitors arrived early in the afternoon. It was not unusual for Matilda's sisters to call, as they were attentive to their mother, and knew she enjoyed hearing the latest on-dits that had not yet found their way into the morning papers. It was unusual for them to come together, however, as they did today, and for Louise to bring her daughter Jessica and Anna, Duchess of Netherby, her stepdaughter-in-law, with her. And no sooner had the four of them arrived and exchanged greetings and weather reports and seated themselves than Viola, Marchioness of Dorchester, Matilda's former sister-in-law, was ushered into the room too. "It seems we all had the same idea this afternoon," she said, and kissed cheeks, asked after the Dowager's health, and commented upon the fact that it would be a lovely day if the wind were not so cutting. "I knew you at least were here, Louise. Your carriage is outside the door." "Thomas came home from White's Club this morning," Mildred said, "with word that you were seen at Vauxhall last evening, Matilda, in company with Viscount Dirksen. You were strolling along the main avenue with him, apparently without even your maid for company. I thought whoever told Thomas that must have been mistaken, but when I called upon Louise, she informed me that Jessica danced with young Bertrand Lamar last evening, and he told her, when she asked about Estelle, that she had gone with Mr. Sawyer and one of his sisters for a birthday party at Vauxhall Gardens, and Mr. Sawyer told Bertrand, while they were waiting for Estelle to finish getting ready, that his father had invited you to accompany him, Matilda." "I was charmed, Aunt Matilda," Jessica said. "Yes, I was there," Matilda said. "It was a pleasant evening." "Only pleasant?" Viola smiled warmly at her. "Estelle was bubbling over this morning about all her experiences there, and she was very happy that you were there too. She told us about how you appeared very different from how she had always thought of you, about how, both at Kew Gardens last week and at Vauxhall last evening, you were full of sparkle and laughter and fun. Her words, I do assure you. Did you enjoy yourself?" "Well, I did." Matilda felt horribly uncomfortable. She was not accustomed to being the focus of anyone's attention, even her family's. "It was a birthday party, and they are a close family, and were greatly enjoying the occasion, and one another's company. How could I not show pleasure too? It would have been uncivil to look bored or even just solemn." "Aunt Matilda," there was sheer mischief in Anna's smile, "do you have a beau? I do hope so." "Anna," Louise said reproachfully. "Oh, do say it is true, Aunt Matilda," Jessica said, a spark of mischief in her eyes. "I thought when we were at Kew that Viscount Dirksen was particular in his attentions toward you." "And we heard, Matilda," Viola said, "that you waltzed last evening, more than once, with Viscount Dirksen more than with anyone else." "I believe you are in love," Jessica said, laughing and clapping her hands. "Jessica!" Her mother's outraged voice put an instant end to her merriment. "Your Aunt Matilda is not a figure of fun. She is a lady of mature years and must be treated with the respect that is her due. The very idea of her being in love, as though she were a giddy girl, and with Viscount Dirksen of all people." "I must agree with Louise," Mildred said. "I cannot stand by and listen to my sister being teased upon such a matter. She is far too mature to be in love or to have a beau, and she is far too sensible to lose her head over a man like Viscount Dirksen. He may have reformed his ways in recent years, but he once had a very unsavoury reputation indeed, and even now ought not to be welcomed into society with wide-open arms. It was probably unwise of Alexander and Wren to invite him to dine with us. Just consider what followed. He had the effrontery to suggest that Matilda share the duties of chaperone with him for the young people's excursion to Kew, and when I heard this morning that he had taken her to his daughter's birthday celebration, I was very angry. You ought not to be subjected to such disrespect, Matilda, and I am sorry it has happened. I shall ask Thomas to have a word with Viscount Dirksen. It would not hurt Louise and Anna if you persuaded Avery to do likewise." Matilda sat quietly in her chair, fighting the urge to jump to her feet to fuss over her mother for some imaginary need. "Thank you," she said. "Thank you for coming and showing your concern. You speak of me as a mature woman, Louise, and you too, Mildred. Yet you speak to me as though I were a child, someone lacking in the knowledge and experience needed to command her own life and make her own decisions. You speak of me as though I was someone who needs a man, a family member to protect me from all the wicked harm that awaits me beyond my doors." "Well, you must admit, Matilda," Louise said, "that your experience of life is severely limited. You have lived all your days with Mamma and Papa while he was alive, sheltered within the safety of home. We care. We do not want to see you the subject of gossip. We could not bear to see you humiliated," Mildred added, "or hurt. We love you, Matilda. You are our sister." Matilda drew breath to answer, but her mother spoke first. "And Matilda is my daughter," she said, "my firstborn, the eldest of you all, quite old enough to decide for herself what she wants to do with her life, even if it is only to go to Kew Gardens with a party of young people and the father of one of them, a man whose reputation once set him beyond the pale of polite society, or even if it is to go to Vauxhall, under the escort of the same man and in company with his son and daughters and their spouses. She is old enough to decide for herself whether she will sparkle and laugh and have fun, as Estelle put it. Such careless language, Viola. And Matilda is old enough to decide whether she will waltz under the stars. She is old enough. Perhaps it is disrespectful, Louise and Mildred, to question the judgment of your elder sister." There were a few moments of incredulous silence, while everyone, Matilda included, gawked at the Dowager Countess. Gawked was the only appropriate word. "I really meant no offence, Matilda," Louise said at last. "You must know that. I am merely concerned for you. Of course, you may. But do you have an attachment to Viscount Dirksen?"
"Is it true,"
Jessica asked,
"that you were once in love with him, Aunt Matilda?"
"And that you are again?" Anna asked. "But we are embarrassing you. Do forgive us. We really do care, you know. If we did not, we would not tease you. We care about your happiness, and about you. Do let us shift the subject a little. Were there fireworks last evening? Were they as amazing as they usually are?" But before Matilda could answer, the butler appeared in the doorway. No one had heard his discreet knock, and they all turned to hear what he had to say. "Viscount Dirksen, my lady," he announced, and Charles came striding into the room. Charles had seen the two carriages outside the door. He had even recognised one of them as belonging to the Duke of Netherby. For a moment he considered driving his curricle right on by and returning later, but there was always a chance that he had already been spotted from the drawing-room window. Besides, he had no reason to hide from the Westcott family. Indeed, he had every reason not to. He was a bit disconcerted a few minutes later, however, when he stepped into the drawing-room on the heels of the butler and found the room seemingly full of ladies. All of them were members of the family. Matilda, he was happy to see, was not hovering behind her mother's chair today, but was seated very straight-backed on the edge of another chair, 2 spots of colour in her cheeks. "Mum." He bowed to the Dowager Countess and looked around at the others. "Ladies, Matilda." He smiled at her. She looked back at him with what he could describe only as acute embarrassment, as everyone else rushed into greetings, which varied from subdued to effusive. He guessed they had been talking about him before his arrival. He wondered if Matilda had told them, as he had told his children, Adrian last night, Barbara and Jane this morning. Estelle was bubbling over at breakfast about last night's visit to Vauxhall, the Marchioness of Dorchester said. What an inspired idea it was, Lord Dirksen, to choose that venue at which to celebrate your daughter's birthday.
It was entirely her idea, ma'am, he told her. But it was indeed a lovely evening. Was it not, Matilda?
It was, she said, and surely it was not his imagination that all attention was suddenly riveted upon her. Her hands were clasped tightly in her lap. Her lips were in a prim line. It was lovely.
Ah, she had not told them. I came to assure myself that you had taken no chill or other harm, he said.
It was kind of you, Louise, Dowager Duchess of Netherby, told him, to invite Matilda.
Kindness had nothing to do with it, ma'am, he said. Or if it did, it was on Lady Matilda's part. She was kind enough to accept my daughter's invitation to be one of the party.
Oh, Lady Molyneux, Matilda's youngest sister, said. The invitation came from your daughter, did it?
It did, he said, at my suggestion.
Estelle's invitation came from Mrs. Dewhurst, too, the Marchioness said. At the suggestion of Mr. Adrian Sawyer, I believe. She had a splendid time. Do have a seat, Lord Dirksen, the Dowager said, indicating an empty chair.
I do not intend to stay, ma'am, he said. I came to pay my respects, and to ask Lady Matilda if she will drive with me in my curricle in the park later.
Oh, the Dowager Duchess of Netherby said. My sister has never ridden in a curricle. She would be terrified. I have, Louise, Matilda said. I rode up with Bertrand one afternoon several weeks ago, and far from being terrified, I found it to be one of the most exhilarating experiences of my life. Matilda, Lady Molyneux said. Impossible. With Bertrand? The Marchioness said. Well, the rogue. He said nothing to us. Bravo, Aunt Matilda. The young Duchess of Netherby laughed. How splendid of you. Indeed, Lady Jessica Archer agreed. How did he persuade you to do something so daring, Aunt Matilda? Exactly when was this? The Dowager Countess asked eagerly. Matilda was stretching her fingers in her lap and then curling them into her palms again. Thank you, she said, looking at Charles and ignoring the questions her family had for her. That would be delightful. Matilda! Oh, good, Aunt Matilda. Are you sure, Matilda? She continued to ignore them all. She licked her lips, her eyes still upon Charles, though it was clear she was addressing everyone when she spoke. Last evening, Viscount Dirksen asked me to marry him, and I said yes.
Well, that silenced them,
for a few moments anyway. Charles smiled slowly at Matilda, and she frowned back at him. Part of his attention was caught by the sound of the Dowager Countess, her mother, drawing breath. He waited for the tirade that was sure to come. Well, thank God for that, was what she actually said. Matilda thought her fingernails might well be drawing blood from her palms, but she could not seem to relax her hands. She thought her heart might beat a path through her chest cavity and ribs. She held her mouth in a firm line so that she would not— What? Laugh? Why would she feel an irresistible urge to laugh when she was so tense that her jaw felt locked in place? She gazed upon Charles and could hardly believe he was the same man as the one with whom she had danced and laughed last evening, and kissed. The one with whom she had stood beyond the rotunda to watch the fireworks, while exclaiming all the while in childish superlatives at the splendour of it all. The one who had stood behind her at last and encircled her waist with his arms, so that she could rest the back of her head against his shoulder and not grow dizzy as she gazed upward, despite the fact that they might have been observed by half the ton, or even 3/4. Today he was an immaculately clad gentleman, handsome, solid of build, somehow remote from her. Except that he had named her alone when he had entered the room and greeted everyone. He had smiled at her. He had come to make sure she had taken no harm last evening, though from what she might have taken harm she did not know. He had neatly turned the idea that he had been kind to invite her to Vauxhall into one in which she had been kind to him by accepting Barbara's invitation. And he had come. He had said it in front of her mother and sisters and sister-in-law and nieces, to invite her to drive in his curricle with him in Hyde Park. It must be 30 years or more since any gentleman had invited her to do that. She was fairly bursting with her love for him. All last night's and this morning's anxieties had fallen away. He had come, and he had smiled and called her by name. He wanted her to go out with him. He still loved her. Tomorrow had not come after all. It was still today, eternally today, in which to be with Charles, to enjoy his love, to return it in full measure, to— "Thank God, Mamma," Mildred said. "I thought my punishment was to be eternal," her mother said. "It is the millstone I have carried about my neck for well nigh 40 years. I thought I would carry it to my grave." "Whatever are you talking about, Mamma?" Louise asked. "Are you well? Matilda, is Mamma ailing?" "Stop fussing," their mother said. "Start talking about a wedding instead. It must be a grand one. I will not stand for anything less. Matilda must have her grand wedding at last. And if you have anything to say to the contrary, Lord Dirksen, I would suggest that you keep your tongue between your teeth and allow the women to do what women do best." He actually grinned as he clasped his hands behind his back. "Plan weddings?" he said. "Precisely." She nodded briskly. "Mamma," Matilda began. "Mum," Charles spoke again, "I am quite prepared to allow the world to turn upon its axis, as it always has done. However, I feel compelled to speak out on 2 points before I lose my voice altogether, and I fear that time is imminent. First, Matilda and I did not get as far as discussing our wedding last evening. I have no idea what sort of ceremony she wants, or where or when she wants it to happen. She must make that choice with me. I will not allow her to be bullied into giving in to what her family and mine may think appropriate. And second, when the women sweep in to organise us, as they no doubt will, unless Matilda chooses to elope with me, it must be remembered that there are women in both the Westcott and Sawyer families. My daughters, despite my dire warnings this morning, very probably have my wedding half planned already." "I am still in shock," Anna said, getting to her feet, "but a very pleasant shock. Aunt Matilda, I cannot tell you how pleased I am for you. And you too, Lord Dirksen. Avery and I slipped off quietly to marry one afternoon, you know, while Grandmamma and the aunts and cousins were busy planning a grand wedding for us. I was never happier in my life." She leaned over Matilda's chair and hugged her warmly. "And Abigail married Gil in the village church at home just a few weeks ago, with no one present except Harry and the vicar's wife. I believe she will always treasure the memory. Perhaps you—" "Thank you, Anna," Matilda said, "but I want a wedding." She had not thought of it until now, when she had been almost afraid to believe in the truth of what had happened last evening. But it was true. All her life she had dreamed of a grand wedding. But for most of that time that was all it had been, an ever-fading dream. And for the last 20 years or so, entirely faded. "Then a wedding is what you will have, my love," Charles said. My love? Oh, in front of half her family.
"St. George's it will be, then."
Louise clapped her hands as though to draw the attention of thousands.
"We must have the banns called next Sunday. It is already rather late in the season, and we do not want to wait until it is over and most of the ton has returned to the country. If Matilda is to be married at St. George's, the pews must be full to overflowing. Oh, goodness, we must let Wren know, and Elizabeth and Althea. They will want to be involved in the planning."
"We must arrange a meeting with Mrs. Dewhurst and Lady Frater," Viola said.
"They will have ideas of their own. They already do, according to Viscount Dirksen."
"Alexander will want to host the wedding breakfast,"
Anna said.
"but I know Avery will insist that the ballroom at Archer House has more room."
A ton wedding at St. George's on Hanover Square. A wedding breakfast in the ballroom at the townhouse of the Duke of Netherby. Matilda started to feel anxious again. Surely, oh surely she would be the laughing-stock. She had not meant anything quite so grand. Just a definite wedding with— "Matilda," Charles said, "my curricle is outside your door. Why wait until later to go for our drive? I have the distinct impression that our presence here is de trop. Will you come now?"
"Yes."
She got to her feet.
"Oh, yes, thank you."
How many times had she participated in family conferences and family planning committees? She had usually been at the forefront of them all, busy planning how to extricate some family member from disaster or how to help them celebrate an event in their lives. Was she now to be the object of such family activity? Oh, it did feel good. "Matilda," Charles said, when she joined him downstairs after going to fetch her bonnet and gloves and reticule, "I will not allow you to be bullied, you know, even by me, especially by me. You are looking worried, even a little stricken. There is no need. You must tell me as we drive what you want, and you shall have it. You are the bride. You are to make the decisions." You are the bride. She felt that growingly familiar urge to weep. She smiled instead, as he handed her up to the passenger seat of the curricle, and she remembered that heady feeling of being much farther off the ground than she had expected, the feeling of danger and exhilaration. She laughed aloud.
"But everyone would be so disappointed," she said, "if we were to run off with a special license to marry in secret. Besides which, I would be disappointed, and they would be upset if they planned, and I disapproved of everything. My family would be upset. So would Barbara and Jane. I think a marriage is for two people, Charles, but a wedding is for their families and friends. Shall we just let them plan?"
"It would save us a lot of anguish," he said, grinning at her as he took his place beside her. "When I walked into that room a while ago and saw you, I feared you had changed your mind. You looked brittle and severe."
"But only because I was convinced you must have changed your mind," she said.
"Absurd," he told her.
"Absurd," she agreed, and they both laughed,
as though someone had just made an extremely witty remark.
"Charles,"
she said, laying a hand on his arm as he leaned down, took the ribbons from his young groom and gathered them in his hands.
"I wish we were in the country. I wish I could ask you to spring the horses."
He turned his head to look into her face, his own still filled with laughter. "Do you, my love?" he asked her.
"I know you are a notable whip," she told him. "It was always a part of your reputation."
"One day soon," he said, "when we are in the country, I will spring the horses and risk both our lives as they dash along at a neck-or-nothing pace."
"Oh, will you?" she said. "Thank you, Charles. I am not a staid old lady quite yet, you know."
"I have noticed," he said, and he risked horrible scandal by leaning toward her and kissing her briefly on the lips, while windows in numerous houses all around them looked accusingly on, and his young groom pretended to be looking intently elsewhere. As the curricle moved off in the direction of Hyde Park, Matilda, in marvellous, ladylike fashion, threw back her head and laughed. Chapter 9. Several times over the following month, Charles sat alone in his library, wishing that he had not suddenly found himself at the centre of a whirlpool or a tornado. Both seemed appropriate metaphors. For, of course, the notice of his betrothal appeared in every London paper, and perhaps a few provincial ones too, and wherever he went he faced congratulations, or, at his clubs, endless witticisms over which he was forced to laugh. His son, and one of his sons-in-law, dragged him off to his tailor, and his bootmaker, and his hat-maker, and Lord knew where else, so that on his wedding day he would be able to astonish the ton with new and fashionable everything. His daughters, and every female on earth who had a connection with the Westcott family, no matter how slim, held meeting after meeting to discuss every aspect of the wedding that women invariably found to discuss and wrangle over. Though, to be fair, he heard no reports of arguments, or raised voices, or heated discussions, or rivalries between the two families. Early predictions proved quite accurate. The wedding breakfast was to be served at Westcott House, the home of Alexander, Earl of Riverdale, on South Audley Street. Invitations were sent. If any member of the ton then staying in or within a 20-mile radius of London had been omitted, Charles would be enormously surprised. Relatives from farther afield had been summoned, including a few cousins he scarcely knew, but whose presence on his wedding day was deemed by his daughters to be essential to his happiness. Charles would just as happily have done what the Netherbys had once done, and sneaked off to marry Matilda in an obscure church somewhere, special licence in hand, while their families were in a flurry of plotting and planning for a grand wedding to outdo all others this year. But despite ever-changing misgivings, and second and third and sixth thoughts through which Matilda suffered during the course of the month, he understood that a big public wedding was what she really wanted, and what Matilda wanted she would have. She had waited long enough for her wedding. 36 years. What she had feared most was being laughed at. Charles felt no doubt that there were certain elements of society that ridiculed her behind her back. There always were. The world would never be rid of unkind people who compensated for their own insecurities by dragging down other, happier, more successful people to their own level through their gossip. They were to be heartily ignored. She was well received wherever she went. Barbara held a soirée in her honour, and Jane had her as a special guest in Wallace's private box at the theatre the very evening after the announcement appeared in the papers. The Duke and Duchess of Netherby hosted a betrothal party at their home, and the Marquess and Marchioness of Dorchester organised an afternoon tea. Charles took her driving in the park several times and escorted her to a private concert and a literary evening. She received well-wishers with quiet dignity wherever she went. No longer was she the fussy spinster, forever in her mother's shadow, though perhaps that had something to do with the fact that her mother flatly refused to have her there any longer. And Matilda need not fear for her care, her mother informed Charles, when he broached the subject of her coming to live with them after their marriage. "You need not fear either, Lord Dirkson," she had added. "I am quite capable of looking after myself. And has Matilda not told you? My sister is coming to live with me when I return to the country after the season is over. She will be bringing her long-time companion with her, an estimable lady who will offer companionship without trying to worry me into my grave." Charles had understood immediately that life had been about to change very much for the worse for Matilda, who would no doubt have found herself constantly being compared unfavourably with her aunt's ideal companion. "I really do not know how I would have borne it," Matilda had admitted to him when he mentioned what her mother had told him.
"I would have gone mad. Adelaide Boniface is the gloomiest creature of my acquaintance, and she sniffs."
"Now I know," he had said, "why you accepted my marriage proposal."
"Oh, absolutely,"
she had assured him, and laughed gleefully. He loved her laughter. He loved her happiness. Oh, she behaved in public with quiet dignity, though even then he was aware of an inner glow in her that warmed him too. In private she smiled a great deal, and the glow was brighter. Her eyes, when she looked at him, had a sparkle that made them appear to smile, even if the rest of her face was in repose. He felt awed and humbled by her happiness, and by the fact that he shared it. He had never given much thought to being happy. It was not a word much in his vocabulary, though he had been happy when each of his children was born, and whenever he had spent time with them during their growing years. He had been happy when his daughters married, and when his grandchildren were born. He had just not used that particular word to describe his feelings. He had not known the conscious exuberance of happiness since Matilda had disappeared from his life when he was still no more than a puppy. Now he knew himself happy again, even if he did spend great swathes of time shut up in his library during the month before his nuptials, wishing he did not have the ghastly ordeal of a grand ton wedding to face before he could bear Matilda off home and live out his life with her there. He was even dreaming of happily ever after, though fortunately it was contained inside him. Sometimes he could still think and feel like that young puppy he had been. It was downright embarrassing. He was going to be very glad when the wedding was over. In the meanwhile, he was equally glad that Matilda, despite all her frequent misgivings, was at last going to have the wedding she ought to have had more than 30 years ago. Charles was quite right in his perceptions. There had been no wrangling, no unpleasantness between his daughters on the one hand and the ladies of the Westcott family on the other as they planned the wedding. All of them, once the Westcotts had recovered from the shock they had felt upon learning that Matilda, that most confirmed of spinsters, was going to marry at last, had thrown themselves with enthusiasm into the planning of the wedding of the season. And if Louise and Mildred, Matilda's younger sisters, still felt wary of the bridegroom's notorious past, they soon set their fears aside in favour of rejoicing that their precious Matilda, that rock of sisterly support upon which they had leaned since they were girls, was to find happiness of her own at last. The bridegroom's daughters were genuinely pleased for their father, having concluded that Lady Matilda Westcott was vastly different from any of the other ladies he had escorted about London since their mother's passing, and vastly preferable too. There was no wrangling then. There was, however, an awkward moment. It came when they were making lists of potential guests, and everyone was throwing out suggestions, most of which were accepted without question. Viola, Marchioness of Dorchester, had suggested Harry, Major Harry Westcott, her son, who was not far away at Hinsford Manor in Hampshire, and Camille, her elder daughter, who was in Bath with her husband and family. She was interrupted before she could say more.
"I certainly hope Camille and Joel will come,"
Wren, Countess of Riverdale, said.
"But will they, Viola, with all 7 children?"
All but one of those children were under 10 years of age. 4 of them were adopted. 3, Camille and Joel's own. "They came to Hinsford a few months ago to see Harry when he came home from war at last," Viola said. "Whether they will now come all the way to London for Matilda's wedding is another matter, of course." "They must be invited anyway," Elizabeth, Wren's sister-in-law, said. "It will be up to them whether they come or not."
"That sounds sensible,"
Mildred said.
"And what about Abby?"
Jessica asked.
"She and Gil must be invited too."
That was when the suggestion of an awkward moment happened. Jessica and Abigail had always been the closest of friends. Jessica had been as hurt as her cousin when Abigail's illegitimacy had been revealed just as she was about to make her come out into society. "They have only recently gone home to Gloucestershire," Louise said quickly. "It is too much to expect them to return so soon. I am sure you will write to them with the news, of course, Viola, if you have not already done so." "But," Jessica said. "Who else?" her mother said more loudly than seemed necessary, directing a pointed look her daughter's way. There was an awkward pause before Mildred rushed in with a new suggestion. "How about—" But Barbara Dewhurst interrupted her.
"No, really," she
said.
"We are quite well aware of who Gil Bennington is, are we not, Jane? He is married to the former Abigail Westcott, your daughter, ma'am."
She nodded in Viola's direction.
"And he is our father's natural son."
"There is really no need," Louise began.
"No, there really is no need to hush up all mention of his existence, ma'am,"
Jane, Lady Frater said, interrupting her.
"We know of him. Our father has told us. We also know that he will have nothing to do with Papa. That hurts him, though he has not openly admitted it. Our brother Adrian, however, is determined to meet him sometime. It has been a shock to discover this late in our lives that we have a half-brother, but we do feel as curious about him as Adrian does." "We do," Barbara agreed. "And now there is this extraordinary circumstance of our father being about to marry Abigail Bennington's aunt. He has a young daughter,"
Jane said, sounding almost wistful.
"Our niece. I do long to see her." "Are you suggesting, then,"
Anna, Duchess of Netherby asked,
"that they be invited to the wedding?"
"Well," Barbara said, frowning,
"our father would doubtless be horrified, and it seems almost certain Gil himself would refuse to come, but perhaps Abigail will come alone,"
Wren suggested,
"though it would be a shame." "Shall we invite them?"
Anna asked.
"I really do not see why not,"
Jessica said.
"Abby is as much a part of our family as any of us."
"And we are inviting Camille," Elizabeth said, "even though it seems equally doubtful that she will come. Perhaps we ought to send an invitation and let Abigail and Gil decide for themselves."
"What do you think?"
Viola asked Charles's daughters.
"Please be honest. And will you inform your father if we do invite them?"
Barbara smiled.
"He has told us," she said, "that we may do anything we wish for this wedding, provided we do nothing of which Lady Matilda would disapprove, and provided we do not expect him to have his ears assailed with details."
"Ah," Mildred said, smiling back, "then we need to consult Matilda, do we? And let her decide."
"We know what her answer will be,"
Elizabeth said.
"Do we?"
Mildred asked. "Of course," Elizabeth said, laughing. "Matilda is a romantic. She always has been. She will certainly want them to be invited to her wedding."
"Oh, I hope so,"
Jessica said.
"I do hope they come."
Matilda had asserted herself, something she had rarely done all her life, at least on her own account. Oh, she had allowed the women of her family, and Charles's, to organise her wedding according to their wishes, it was true. She had made the decision to have a grand society wedding, despite the fact that, privately, she changed her mind at least once every waking hour. Having done so, she was content to leave the details to the Grand Committee, of which she would have been a leading member if it had been anyone else's wedding. But she had asserted herself in other ways. She had selected an outfit for the occasion, a simple, elegant walking dress of pale blue, when her sisters had wanted her to wear a finer, more elaborate gown, one more suited to the occasion. And they had wanted her to choose a more vivid colour, since pastel shades were associated with youth, and she surely would not wish to be accused of trying to minimise her age. She was now, on her wedding day, wearing the pale blue walking dress. She was also wearing a straw hat, not a bonnet, which was held on her head with pins and was tipped slightly forward over her eyes. It was trimmed with silk cornflowers, which were a slightly darker shade than her dress. Louise had described it as frivolous, and Mildred had suggested that she change the trim to a simple ribbon instead of the flowers. Matilda was wearing it this morning, complete with flowers. She was also wearing silver gloves and silver slippers, and silver earrings, something she rarely wore, because after an hour or two she invariably found that the earrings pinching her earlobes caused excruciating pain if she did not pull them off. But that always left the lobes red and painful-looking, often with the imprints of the earrings upon them. This morning she had donned the earrings, the last of all her accessories, in the hope that she could get through her wedding, and maybe even the breakfast afterward, without screaming in agony. They were in the form of bells, and tinkled slightly when she moved her head. Another frivolity. And she had asserted herself over Abigail and Gil. Of course they must be invited, she had assured the delegation that had come to put the question to her. Viola and Anna and Louise and Mildred. It was very probable, she agreed, that Gil would refuse to come, and that Abigail would not come without him. And it was altogether possible that if they did come, Charles would be horribly embarrassed, and perhaps Adrian and Barbara and Jane too, despite what the latter two had said to the contrary. But of course they must be invited. Rational adults ought to be allowed to make up their own minds about what they wished to do with their lives. It ought not to be up to their families to try to live their lives for them. "Matilda," Mildred asked, looking thoughtful, "is that what happened to you? Was it Mamma and Papa who tore you away from Viscount Dirksen when the two of you were young?" "What happened more than 30 years ago no longer matters," Matilda told her firmly. "It is now that matters. We are together now, Charles and I, and we are to be married, and I want a wedding day that is perfect. Will it be more perfect if Gil and Abigail are the only family members not present, or if they are? It is impossible to know the answer, but the decision ought not to be ours to make. It must be Gil's and Abigail's." "Not Viscount Dirksen's?" Viola asked. "He will say no," Matilda told her, "while his heart will yearn to say yes." "We must do all in our power, then," Anna said, smiling, "to make sure he gets his heart's desire." "And you too, Aunt Matilda." "Well, I do want them to come," Matilda admitted, "though I would ask that the invitation not be sent until tomorrow. I ought, I suppose, to call upon Barbara and Jane first." But those two young ladies, as well as Adrian, who happened to be with his sisters when Matilda called first upon Barbara, were genuinely curious to meet the half-brother of whose existence they had not even known until recently. "And if they come and Papa does not want them here," Adrian said, "I would really be very surprised. I believe he longs to be reconciled." "But that would not make you unhappy?" Matilda asked. "No." He frowned in thought for a moment. "Papa said something the day he told me about Gil Bennington. He told me how he had fallen in love with me the moment he saw me after I was born. And I dare say he fell in love in just the same way with my sisters. All my childhood memories confirm me in the belief that he was telling the truth. He spent more time with us than most fathers of my acquaintance spend with their children, and he always gave the impression that he was as happy with our company as we were with his. I do not believe love has limits. Do you, Lady Matilda? I mean, the fact that there was always Gil, and that our father obviously cared for him, does not mean he cared the less for us. If Gil comes back into Papa's life now, it will not mean that we are diminished, will it?" "Not by one iota," Matilda assured him, remembering how, when Anna arrived unexpectedly in their family at the age of 25, it had seemed at first that Humphrey's newly illegitimate offspring, Camille and Harry and Abigail, would be displaced. It had not been so. Just the opposite had happened, in fact. The whole family had bonded more firmly than ever before under the threat of attack. They had routed the threat with love. Matilda did what never came quite naturally to her. She got to her feet and hugged first Adrian and then his sisters, and because Mr. Dewhurst, Barbara's husband, was also in the room, she hugged him too. "Diminished," she said. "What a foolish notion! Your family love is about to expand, not contract. Your father is about to marry me, is he not?" At which they all laughed, Matilda included, and she asserted herself over which man of the family would give her away at her wedding. Thomas, Mildred's husband, had offered. So had Alexander, as head of the family. Harry, Major Harry Westcott, the eldest of her nephews, had written from Hinsford to offer his services. Avery, Duke of Netherby, had informed her one afternoon that she doubtless had dozens of family members fighting duels over the honour of leading her along the nave of St. George's, but if not, or if she did not much fancy any of the contestants, he would be happy to make himself available. Colin, Lord Hodges, Elizabeth's husband, had offered, as had Marcel, Marquis of Dorchester, Viola's husband. Even young Bertrand Lamar had offered, grinning at her cheekily as he did so. "After all, Aunt Matilda," he had said, "I believe I started the renewal of your romance when I agreed to escort you to Viscount Dirkson's house when you wished him to attend the custody hearing for Gil's daughter." And since he had spoken publicly, the whole secret story came out, and the family discovered that not long ago Matilda had taken the truly scandalous step of calling upon a gentleman in his own home with no one to chaperone her, except a very young man who was not even related to her by blood. Trust the young to keep a secret. Matilda made her choice, and announced it during the family dinner that preceded the betrothal party Avery and Anna gave for her at Archer House. "Thank you to all of you," she said, looking at each man in turn, though Harry had not yet come up from the country. "I am touched that each of you is willing to stand in place of my father. However, I am 56 years old. The notion that someone male needs to give me away is a strange one. Give me away from what? I have been of age for 35 years. Although I have always lived with Mamma, I have independent means. I can and will give myself away to the man of my choice. So I shall walk alone along the nave of the church." "Matilda," her mother said, reproach in her voice, "it just is not done." "It will be done by me," Matilda said, "and that is my final word." "Oh, bravo, Aunt Matilda," Jessica said. "Jessica," her mother said. "I say," Boris said, "you are a jolly fine fellow, Aunt Matilda." "A fellow, Boris?" Mildred asked. "A jolly fine one? Wherever do you get such language?" But her son merely grinned at her and waggled his eyebrows. "It cannot be allowed, Matilda," Louise said firmly. "You will be the—" "I believe," Avery said, in his usual languid voice, his jewelled quizzing glass in his hand, though he was not actually looking through it, "there is a little-known statute on the books to the effect that after the age of 55, a woman must be considered entirely her own person, and may do whatever she wishes, without running the risk of being exiled for life for doing what no one has done before her."
"Oh, Avery," Estelle said, giggling, "you made that up on the spot."
"Well, of course he did, idiot," said her fond twin. "Then that settles the matter," Matilda said.
"Thank you, Avery, though I would have done it anyway, you know, even if there had been no such statute."
"Quite so," he said. And so here she was now, dressed in pale blue and silver, wearing a frivolous hat at a jaunty angle on her head, knowing, though Charles did not, that Gil and Abigail and Katy had arrived late yesterday afternoon at Viola and Marcel's London home, and knowing, too, that no man awaited her downstairs to offer her a steady male arm to help her totter her way along the nave of St. George's to meet her bridegroom. Her bridegroom! Her heart leaped within her bosom, and performed a couple of headstands and a number of tumble-tosses before leaving her simply breathless. Surely he would have changed his mind at the last moment, and would not be there awaiting her when she arrived. What utter nonsense and drivel! Her bridegroom, Charles. Ah, at last, at long, long last. And if she stood here, one glove on and one off, still in the hand of her maid, and entertained more of such idiotic thoughts, it was she who would not be turning up on time. Not that brides were expected to be on time, but she was not just any bride. She was Matilda Westcott, and Matilda had gone through life being punctual, on the theory that it was bad-mannered to be late and waste other people's time when they might be using it to better effect elsewhere. She was not going to start being late with her own wedding. She was not going to be early either. That would be embarrassing. She would be on time to the minute. And it was time to leave. "Thank you," she said, taking her glove from her maid and pulling it on as she drew a few deep breaths. Her wedding day. Perhaps she would perform a few twirls on her way along the nave. Now that would make for a memorable wedding. How dreadfully the mind babbled when one was nervous. And she was very, very nervous. Oh, Charles! She straightened her shoulders, stepped out of her dressing-room, and made her way downstairs and outdoors to the awaiting carriage. Chapter 10. Charles was resigned to his fate as he awaited the arrival of his bride at St. George's. Behind him the pews had filled with family and the very crème de la crème of aristocratic society. At least, he assumed they had filled. He did not turn his head to look, but he could hear the rustling of silks and satins, the muted conversations, the cleared throats. Given the choice, he would still opt for a quiet wedding. He was also still glad Matilda was to have her grand wedding at last. He sat in the front pew, wondering how her life would have proceeded if her father had not refused his suit quite so adamantly, or if she had not refused to discuss the matter with him afterward, or if he had had the gumption to fight for what he wanted, instead of turning peevishly away to nurse his bruised heart by becoming one of England's most notorious rakes and hellions. Would they have married? Would his children be hers too? But different children, of course. But children of her own and his. Would she have been happy? Would he? Her life would certainly have been different. Would his? They were pointless thoughts, of course. Ifs were always pointless when applied to the past. If the past had been different, then so would the present be. He would not now be sitting here on full display before the ton, awaiting the arrival of his bride. She would not be living through her wedding day now, today. He was glad it was now. He felt suddenly happy, even as a twinge of anxiety nudged at him, lest she be going through one of her many doubting moments and would simply not come. Impossible. Of course she would come. "Nervous?" Adrian murmured from beside him. His son was his best man. "Of course," Charles murmured back. "Today is the start of a wholly new life." But before anxiety could take hold of him, he heard a stirring from the back of the church, and guessed that it heralded the arrival of Matilda, who was apparently coming alone. Her mother had arrived earlier, with Mrs. Monteith, her sister, and Miss Boniface, her paragon of a companion, who also, according to Matilda, sniffed. They had come earlier than originally planned in order to take up residence with the Dowager Countess and console her for the loss of her eldest daughter to marriage. The clergyman, fully robed, appeared from somewhere, and Charles rose with the rest of the congregation, and the great pipe organ began to play. Charles turned to look along the nave, and sure enough, she came alone, a straight-backed woman of middle years, proceeding with slow, but not too slow, dignity along the aisle, her eyes fixed forward, until they found and held upon him. She was dressed decently, elegantly, almost severely in pale blue, as he might have expected had he given the matter thought, with an absurdly pretty straw hat tipped forward over her forehead, and with her silver-gloved hands clasped before her. Her face was pale, her mouth in a prim line, until she was a few steps away from him. Then, unseen by all except the closest of the congregation, she smiled at him, with all the sunshine of a summer's day behind her eyes. He saw in that smile the vivid girl she had been, and he saw in the quiet poise of her demeanour the woman she had become. He saw Matilda, his love, always and ever his love. She set her hand in his, giving herself to him because, as she had explained, she did not need any man to do it for her, no matter how closely related to her that man was, or how well-meaning. She let her fingers curl about his own in a firm grip. "Here I am," she murmured for his ears only. "And at last," he said just as quietly, "so am I." They turned together to face the clergyman. "Dearly beloved," he began, and just like that, within a very few minutes, they were married. Charles was, after all, glad they had done it this way, with all the pomp of a high church service, with all their family and friends and acquaintances in attendance. He was glad for himself, for he wanted the world to know that he married this woman from choice and from love. He was glad for Matilda, for she glowed from the moment she first smiled at him until the moment when the clergyman pronounced them man and wife. And even then she glowed as he led her to the vestry for the signing of the register. When Alexander, Earl of Riverdale, witnessed her signature, and then hugged her, and Adrian witnessed his signature, and hugged her too, she glowed at them. She glowed as they left the vestry and proceeded, her arm drawn through Charles's, back along the nave, smiling from one side to the other as they passed the pews. It was impossible to see everyone who was there, but they would do that at the wedding breakfast in a short while. She smiled still as they passed through the church doors and emerged into sunshine at the top of the long flight of steps down to their awaiting carriage. An open barouche, decorated almost beyond recognition with flowers. She smiled at the crowd of onlookers that had gathered down there to applaud and even cheer, and she laughed when she saw her young nephews and his sons-in-law waiting farther down the steps to pelt them with flower petals before they could reach the dubious safety of the open carriage. And then, halfway down, when the petals were already raining about them in a brightly coloured shower, she looked back up to where the congregation was beginning to spill outdoors after them, and she lost her smile. "Ah," she said, and Charles had the curious impression that she saw something she had been looking for. He looked backward, even as he laughed at another shower of petals that was fluttering from the brim of his hat. Quite a few people had come outside, his daughters and grandchildren, Matilda's mother and aunt and sisters among them, and one group a little separate from the others, 3 steps down from the top, a man and a woman and a child between them, holding a hand of each. When he thought about it afterward, Charles did not suppose that silence had really descended upon the congregation above, the gathering of the curious below, and the young people on the steps with their handfuls of petals. But it seemed to him at the time
that they were suddenly cocooned in silence, Matilda and he, her arm through his, her face turned to look into his, with anxiety. God, oh, good God! Neither group moved for what was perhaps a second or two, but seemed far longer at the time. Then the woman took a step down, impelling the child and the man to descend too, and Matilda took one step back up, forcing him to do likewise. Who descended or ascended the other steps between them, Charles did not afterward know, or who first extended a hand. But suddenly he felt the warm, firm clasp of his son's hand, even as he gripped it in return. His elder son, that was. Gil.
"Congratulations, sir,"
he said stiffly.
"You came,"
Charles said foolishly.
"We came."
And then Matilda was hugging first his son's wife, and then his son, and was then bending down to smile at the child, Katy, and say something to her. And Abigail was hugging Charles and lifting Katy to say, "How do you do?" to her grandpapa. And somehow, oh, somehow his son was hugging him too. Briefly, awkwardly, improbably, surely unintentionally, unforgettably.
"Congratulations, sir,"
he said again.
"You came,"
Charles said, just to be original. After every wedding Charles had ever attended, the bride and groom left the church and ran the gamut of mischievous relatives who went out ahead of them in order to decorate their carriage with noisy hardware and throw flowers. The carriage was always on its way by the time large numbers of the congregation left the church behind them. All the greetings and congratulations, all the hugs and kisses, and slapping of backs and laughter came later as the guests arrived at the venue for the wedding breakfast. This wedding was the exception to that tradition. It was too late to escape. Within moments they were surrounded by wedding guests. Matilda was being hugged and kissed and wept over by her mother and her sisters and sister-in-law and cousins and nieces and aunt. She had children about her. Most of them, he believed, the offspring of her niece Camille from Bath, all trying to tell her things in piping yells while brushing at the flower petals with which she was strewn. His own daughters and grandchildren were soon gathered about her too. She was bright-eyed and rosy-cheeked and laughing and lovely. Her brother-in-law and nephews and cousins, meanwhile, were pumping him by the hand and slapping him on the back, as were his sons-in-law, having abandoned their petal-throwing for the moment, or perhaps they had no more to throw. Adrian and Charles's daughters and grandchildren were hugging him. Other people were calling greetings. Matilda, some little distance away from Charles, turned to find him and smiled at him in a way that would put sunshine to shame. She was, he realized, elbowing her way closer to him until she could take his hand in hers, utterly happy, as was he.
"We had better leave while we still may,"
he said, laughing. "Oh, must we?" But she slid her arm through his and allowed him to lead her down through the path that opened for them and hand her into the barouche. "I have just one wish remaining," she said, as he sat beside her and took her hand in his, lacing their fingers. "I hope the young people tied a whole arsenal of pots and pans and old boots beneath the carriage. I want to make an unholy din on the way to Westcott House. I have always envied—" But what, or whom, she had always envied, was drowned out as the coachman gave the horses the signal to start, and the barouche rocked into motion. So was Charles's laughter, and so were the church bells pealing out the good news of a new marriage. Matilda's one remaining wish had come true. She turned her face toward him, and he saw that she was laughing, until the laughter faded, and her eyes became luminous beneath the brim of her hat. Matilda! What part had she played in bringing his elder son to him,
Today of all days. What part had his younger son and his daughters played in it? Surely they had been consulted. What on earth had persuaded Gil to come for the wedding of the father he had not wanted to know? What did it mean exactly that he had come? Would he also come to the wedding breakfast? It was impossible to ask any of these questions. The noise coming from beneath the carriage was deafening, and the answers